Let's go. ATPC is getting really close to the uptrend there, to the downtrend. Really close. Really close. Nice bounce though. And then BTTC. Glasses? Thank you. Yeah. You know what's interesting though, Yogi? Like I can have these glasses off and an hour goes by, like I immediately start getting headaches, which is interesting, you know? It's almost like I've been preconditioned now to, but maybe they do work, which obviously they do work, but yeah. Let's see. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. uh, a hat. Don't wanna be looking at the wrong chart. I know, right? Yeah, a ski hat on. I just felt like why not? Why not have a nice and warm and toasty? You know? Can't music. Please don't stop the music. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I like what BTTC is doing at the 200 EMA. I almost want to move this line a little bit lower, just so it matches the view up there. We open in 6 minutes. I think it's going to be interesting to see what we do at the open at that price, around 850 for BTTC. It's going to be interesting. ATPC looks good too. Pets looks good, right? I posted the uptrend line on this one. Super slow though, super slow, but it's still trending up. You're kind of sitting at resistance right now, around 250, but yeah. Let's see. It's a Canadian thing. Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. Yeah, no, pets looks good. It's just really slow if you play with it. Really slow. Maybe once the market opens though, the volume comes in. The float on this one is 14 million, 15 million, so that's not that bad. Um, Now we'll take a look at the open. I would say though that the two names going into the open that are probably at the top of the list, BTTC and then MIGI. Alrighty. This one is clearly below the VWAP, so we're gonna need it back above 920 for the volume to kick in. But at the very least, it looks like it's finding a bottom and trying to test the VWAP. So kind of looks like a head and shoulder, right? Yeah. So it kind of looks like a head and shoulder. So it's gonna need to break out of that pattern there. Doesn't look bad, but it needs to break out, right? And then BTTC again. This one's had a cooker of a morning, cooker of a morning. So yeah, let's see if we can bounce off the VWAP again going into the open. I don't think there's anything new here. No, we've looked at this already. This one's a different article though. Yeah, not that we care a whole lot, but not that we care a whole lot. But yeah, so BTTC is just holding that range there, which is good. Let's see if we can break above that level. A lot of you guys have made some nice monies on this one, right? On BTTC. Again, that support for now seems to be sitting around like 850. So if we can stay above 850 going into the open and pop, that would be nice. Alrighty. That would be very nice. So yeah, this area is gonna be very important. Very important. So very important. It's trying. 3 minutes to go. quite a bit this year from trading and feel like it's better to leave trading for good instead of risking your capital for something. What's my opinion? I think that's a hard question though, Fizzly. Um, I think the question you have to ask yourself is why are you struggling and why are other people succeeding? Right? Like, are you doing something consistently? Are you making the same mistakes? Like, what's the issue? Right? I don't think it's ever fair in life to quit something when you're not doing it the right way, right? You have to at the very least give it your best shot and say, hey, you know what? Like, I did this and this and this. This wasn't working. I analyzed it. I changed it. It still wasn't working. I added this. I added this, right? And it still wasn't working, right? So you're the only one that has that answer, right? So like if you're just making the same mistakes and you're changing nothing and you're giving up, then you really haven't, like you haven't done yourself any favors, right? So again, why are you failing and why are other people succeeding? Right? Can you do something differently? Right? So, um, that's something you have to think about. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Doug. Good to see you, Doug. How are you, Mushashi? So again, watch this 850 support going into the open. Alrighty, if we can find a way to stay above that level, it's going to be difficult as it always is. Anytime we go into the open, there's so much volume that it's a bit confusing. So for now, we do have a bit of a base at 850. If we can stay above that level, that's good. If we break below, then we need to find a new bottom. Alrighty, so again, like I said, this is most likely the top name going into the open, right? Top stonk. But I'll ask you guys that question though. What's your favorite stock going into the open? What is your favorite stock going into the open? Let me know. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of random stocks here that we're going to be looking at. Again, Pets looks nice, just really slow. ATPC, right? Nice pop all the way to the 200 EMA, which is nice, right? Beautiful double bottom, penny stock, and a whole bunch of other names that we'll take a look at going into the open. But for now, though, again, BTTC at the top of the list, right? So Pets, yeah, Pets looks good, right? Just slow. Maybe again, like I said, the volume kicks in at the open. But for most of you, though, it's the same stocks, right? Same. MIGI, right? Like I said, this one looks good too, top two, right? But it's going to need to break above $9.20 with some volume. DP, it does. It's on here too, right? So I was looking at it this morning. It looked good, right? So especially after the craziness yesterday. So it's just in a bit of a range right now, right? So it's going to need to break out of that range, WOK, right? So it's been going up and down in that range for the last however long, right? So support around 21 ish, resistance around 24, so it needs to break out. If it does, then sure, volume, right? Um, yeah, pets is just really slow. So hopefully the volume kicks in at the open. BTTC is looking like the top, right? But we've obviously, we have a downtrend going there, right? So hopefully the volume shows up at the open and it breaks above the downtrend there. Alrighty. So again, this is the number one name at the open here for now. Maybe just give it a bit of time if you're not sure. Alrighty. So hoping that 850 support can hold up. Alrighty. It's holding for now. We need boomskis though. Mullen 2.0, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of hope. The slap, right? Alec, like that's your entry. That's a tough spot to be getting in though, right below $10. Okay, so we're still kind of playing games at the bottom here, just holding, right? The only issue is we haven't broken the downtrend yet, so might need to give that thing time there, right? So we're just kind of playing games at the bottom here. So we shall see. So again, it's really important that it breaks that downtrend at some point. Alrighty, so that's going to be the most important thing here. BTTC, yeah, Yogi mentioned that they're going to be dropping news, like every second, but not every second, but you know what I mean. So again, the most important thing here is breaking through the downtrend. If it can break and close above that, then that'd be good. Then I think we might be ready for a push higher. Pets again, that level is kind of difficult. MIGI, there it is, right? So top two names, right? You notice how the most important thing here though for MIGI, and we say this all the time, right? What do you guys notice that's really important here, guys? I'll let you guys tell me, right? What do you see for MIGI here? What do you think is really important there as that thing is pumping? When you look at this chart, what's the most important thing on this chart? Yeah, the breakout. Yeah, right. The breakout, but also that's what I'm looking for, right? The break of trend. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's kind of the same thing we're looking for in this one, right? So the most important thing here is that we're trending down right now, right? The trend line is clearly there, right? So at some point, BTTC needs to break the downtrend, right? So if it doesn't break out, then we don't touch, right? Does that make sense? So again, we're clearly still trending down. So you have to be patient with that. Alrighty, unless you're wanting to take the risk. Uh, okay, there we go. Alrighty, beats with and it's again it's halted down, right? So breaking the downtrend is going to be really important. I think the that level there at 850 would be a really good level as support. But then as soon as that downtrend shows up right at that spot, you're better off waiting for it to break out. Alrighty. So now the number two stock, right, said, "Hey guys, I'm here." Right. So you're testing a supply zone for MIGI, but nice pop. Yeah, Yogi. Exactly. So this is done well. Yeah, beats with a bit of a push as well. Nothing crazy. Some of those names from yesterday are coming back though. The coming back. Is that the high of the day? It actually is the high of the day. Okay. Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. Yep. So again, $10 resistance on this one, and then you're looking for that 11, right? So MIGI again, like I said, these were your top two names, right? So MIGI and BTTC. BTTC is halted down, obviously, so we're gonna have to wait for that. It's way too early, right? To write that thing off, way too early. So which we shall wait for the on halt. SMX is halted. Craziness. Do, 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 do. Okay, there we go. Pets is going. Yeah, pets look very interesting. I think people just had to take some gains coming into the open, right? Profit taking going into the open. That thing looked good though. For some of you, this was your favorite stock, right? So, good job, good job. La 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 la. Yeah, is it gonna be halted? BTTC? Hopefully not. MIGI guys, that you can see that line there at $10 at the bottom of the supply zone, right? So just keep that in mind. Alrighty, as much as the main resistance to high of the day is 11, you can't just get past $10 without having a problem, right? Especially when it's stalling there. So especially at the open. Alrighty, so just keep that in mind. Another minute or so to go for BTTC for the halt, and then we'll go from there. ATPC was that 200 EMA rejection now, right? Very common, right? So again, 200 EMA, the white line, yeah, it's become a theme now. It's the yogi strategy. Break below, test the bottom, test the 200 EMA, slap. Is the yogi way. I don't know why that's a yogi strategy, but just I think it's because you took that play too many times, Yogi. So then we just yeah. Anyway, so again, MIGI still looks good. You're gonna need to break and close above $10 for that $11 push, and then should be getting that on hold here hopefully for BTTC. Alrighty, the 200 EMA is obviously all the way down there, right? So this thing is still good, but it needs to break that downtrend at some point. Yeah, we buy. Okay, we are ready. Pets is looking really good though, right? Super slow, but good. Super slow. MIGI looking good too, right? And then the halts on hold. There goes the on holds, right? So again, still below that downtrend line. So you're gonna need to consolidate somewhere else or break that downtrend line. Alrighty. It's way too early to be writing this thing off. I don't think it's done yet, right? So we'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, it looks like they've halted it up now. This is gonna be annoying, right? This is gonna be annoying. It's halted up. This is gonna be annoying. This type of price action is a little bit difficult to play with. Unbelievable. Again, this is why we hate the open. This is why, because like it's sometimes unpredictable. You know, like the candles are too crazy. 790 only failed 17 out of all you wanted. Yeah, that would have been a nice fail if it failed all of it, Jason. But this is the most annoying thing about the open. You know, is just the confusion, the up and downs. Right, MIGI is still failing to close above $10 out of 500. Damn, that would have been nice, Jason. But yeah, so $10 resistance on this one. Be careful, right? If it can break and close above, then yeah, absolutely ready for more. But for now, has work to do. Beats is looking good. Heartbeat production. So nice push there. So again, this one was nice yesterday, right? And looks like it's continuing some of the vibes today. Winterfell, is that all you wanted though? 20 shares, or you just got filled 20 shares? Need some credit in here. You called this? What did you call? Absolutely, Lewis. What did you call though? Maybe I missed it. I need some credit, of course. What did you call? Small? Okay. No, that's okay. BTTC? What did you call the? I honestly didn't see it, Lewis. It's hard when you're not a member, right? So you could have been a member, giving us the juice, telling us the ways, but we would have been very grateful. Yeah, but we only saw this in Discord though. Uh, I said breakdown, grab and halted up. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, it's failing at resistance, right? So same resistance, $10 resistance, and you can see the stalling, right? You can see the T-Rexing, right? You can see the T-Rexing there for that thing right below red zone. So this is one of those points where you have to have a stop loss, right? Or you take the gains, right? It's clearly stalling. It's like, hey, what are you gonna do? $10. What are you gonna do? $10. 5 minutes later, still at the same price, right? Then you have to make a decision. So, um, yeah. Hopefully, you're not holding a bag. Yeah. Did it find a bottom? Yeah. Yeah. See if it holds. Yeah. Nice little slap there. A nice little slap. Yeah. We'll see what happens after the on hold, guys, for BTTC. Right. This is one of the names we were paying really close attention to, obviously, as a number one name coming into the open. So we would like for that thing to perform. It's clearly well above the 200 EMA. So we wanted to break the downtrend. Right. What does another SMX? Another SMX day? Yeah, SMX. Like, I think the only downside now is that we played with it, quite a bit, but it looks okay. Uh, yeah. SMX did look nice this morning. Looked very nice. Right, so when I looked at it, it was already up at like $177, and then market open, and then 225. So it does look very good. 43.17. Give us the on holds. If you're gonna do that, make sure that it stays above the 50 EMA there. So you see the yellow orange line, right? Make sure you stay above $8.80 if you're gonna do that. Alrighty. For those of you guys looking at MIGI. Okay. You see why again? Do you guys see why we hate the open if something isn't breaking out? You see why? It's sometimes just a little bit too chaotic. Just a little bit. Another one share, Alec. I mean, the last time you did that was very nice, right? Okay, we are ready, BTTC, unless you guys are gonna do 10 minutes. Unless you're gonna do 10 minutes, the time is now. Yup. Yeah, this thing is gonna get annoying really quickly. Really quickly if they start doing stuff like that. Really quick. Really quickly. Well, again, so there goes MIGI, right? So MIGI came back to retest that 50, and it is oof, nice. Look at that, right? So everybody said, well, we might as well go to MIGI then, might as well. Did you take that position if you wanted to? Dan, did you take that position? Yeah, so that 50 EMA, like I said, right? So again, $8.80, right? At the 50 EMA, it had to stay above that level, and it did, and it's back to the top. Right, so that's a pretty nice pop. Type yes in the chat if you bought that dip on MIGI. So MIGI is the number 2 stock, right? So it's obviously BTTC and MIGI. So if BTTC isn't going, a lot of people are paying attention to MIGI, right? So pretty nice push. Tiffany, yeah, you missed it. Yeah, Caitlin for the horses. Yeah, but look at that though. That thing is so volatile. Like we were at 1040 a few seconds ago. Now we're sitting at $9.20. Right, so like that resistance is solid resistance. So that thing wanted you to sell it right away. Shish. Empress 930. Okay, that's not too bad though. I wish it was $10.30, but not bad. Not bad. Beats, yeah, Beats is looking really good. Nothing crazy, slow and steady. Pets just announced more news. What's with these stocks all wanting to drop news at the open after the stock is already moving up? What's with that? So yeah, Pets is basically came back and retested the 250 and then bounced. Right, super slow, but at least it's following the technicals for now. At 9, okay. Yeah. I guess we're back to retesting that 880 again. So let's see if it bounces again. It looks like it's bouncing already. As soon as you say that, it says, What does that look like again? So yeah, see if it keeps closing that candle above the 50 EMA. If not, you have a bit more room to the downside. So it's trying, right? 880, another 880 test, and back to 910. Right, so what are you gonna do? 906, 909, 916. It's almost behaving like, when you get to support, people buy at support, you get that initial bounce, but then you're still looking a bit suspicious. Right? Like that candle's still holding that level, but it's looking pretty weak. And I think that's why you're getting that supply zone in that range now too. I think we're yeah. So again, we're still holding that 50 EMA though, right? So hopefully you get a nice green candle here. Hopefully, come on now. It's like bounce but weakness, bounce and weakness, bounce and weakness. Pet is very slow, very very slow. AXIL, it did find that bottom, huh? For now, and we're still playing with $9 here for MIGI. So again, 880 has been a nice level, right? We need to stop testing that level and start bouncing though. Need to stop testing it and start bouncing. There's a little green candle. Yep, I think a lot of people are still waiting for BTTC before we write everything else. Before we write it off. There we go, unhalted, guys. So we finally broke the downtrend, but we broke the downtrend in a really weird way. Right now, it's flying. It's flying, right? So finally broke the downtrend, which is what we wanted. It's just the way that we broke through, you know. And then your next resistance is $10, obviously. $10 resistance. So it's looking good, right? If you bought that dip on that fat red candle there, you're very happy with that decision right now. I think we would just like to see some more consistent candles, right? You know, because now we're back to $9. So the candles are still a bit volatile. A little bit volatile. We're below $9 now. So still a bit chaotic. Mark, what did you do? What did you do? So again, these two names are still looking, interesting, right? MIGI is still playing with that $9 range, which is kind of annoying at this point. And then BTTC has work to do. Has work to do. Work to do. Again, at the very least, it's holding the downtrend break, so that's good. Yeah. Let's go D. Monies, monies, monies. So at the very least, we broke into downtrend, so it would be nice for that thing now to to continue moving to the upside. Let's go. Yeah. Did you you made monies and you ran, Mark? What did you okay, oh there we go. I see it now. I see it. I see it. 855 to 980. Let's go, Mark. Come on now. That's all for me here today. Let's go. Mark the criminal. I like it. Well done. That was a very quick scalp. Very, very quick scalp. Pets? Yeah, Pets is looking good. Pets is like the the slow, gem criminal for the day. Right? The chart looks really nice. You can look at that chart and easily read it. Right? Easily read it. There we go with MIGI, right? So MIGI, that 880 is eventually held and then popped, right? Which is good, which is very, very good, right? So type yes in the chat if you bought that dip again for MIGI. Caitlin, for the horses. And then BTTC is still trying to decide what it wants to do here. Right? I think that candle was just way too aggressive. So now we're potentially retesting that to see what it does. Right? Retesting the view out there. Alrighty. Okay. So and then we're testing a bit of a downtrend here for MIGI. There you go. So you should be green. If you got in close to 880, right, that support, the yellow line, the 50 EMA, you should be green in this position and you should definitely stay green. Definitely stay green, right? Especially with that downtrend line sitting there. If it can break out, amazing, right? If not, then be very careful. Alrighty. So looking good. We're still testing the bottom of the range here. That view up level is going to be really, really important. So 850 is going to be a really important level here. Really, really, really important. Yeah, yeah. You could tell like one of these candles that's coming up next for BTTC, either a fat green candle or fat red candle. All right, this level is going to be very, very important. Very, very important. So key level here for BTTC. There we go. It's fighting, 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 fighting. And then MIGI, yeah, we're also testing the downtrend line here now too. So both of these stocks are at key levels. Key levels. Pets is just looking nice, just strolling the streets. Yeah, they slapped it at the downtrend line. So you guys see why we find these downtrend lines so important, right? So really, really important. There's a downtrend line there. There's a 200 EMA right there. Not really a major surprise, right? So and then there goes that fat red candle, right? So that's the problem. Is there's a big candle coming either way for one of these names, right? And then MIGI is like, hey, if you don't want to go, I'm here. If you don't want to go, I'm here. I'm ready to cook. So I think a lot of people have switched over to MIGI just because BTTC has been a little bit annoying, right? So here comes that $10 test again. BTTC is halted down, by the way, right? Again, this is another annoying thing about this one. It's just the stupid halts, right? Every candle that's a little bit aggressive as a halt, that's going to be annoying for a lot of people. So MIGI, $10 resistance, alrighty? $10 resistance. Yeah. Yeah. Let me pull up the other one that you guys have been looking at too. TGL. That is a nice chart, Robs. It's stalling at 1250 there, but yeah, done well. Resistance there, but done well. So yeah, $10 is your resistance on this one, MIGI. Yeah, the wicks are aggressive. Very aggressive. Yeah, no, BTTC is just very annoying. Yeah, like every candle, you can't even get proper price. I think that's why we're having such a hard time with this one, is because you can't even get proper price action, right? If you halt every time, the next candle is gonna be skewed because it was just halted. That's why even when we broke the downtrend here, like that candle is a nice candle, but it's also a fat green candle and it opened way higher above the downtrend. It's different when you're actually breaking the downtrend, right? It's way different than just breaking above after the on halts. So for now, let's see what happens after the on halt. See if we can maintain the downtrend line, and then go from there. But that thing's gonna need to actually trade at some point. Beats looks nice. Pets looks nice, right? These two are like the slow and steady runners, right? We're approaching $3 here for pets. Yeah, not bad, right? Slow 66% is nice. Yeah, no, pets has been good. Pets has been good. So yeah, watch, and then MIGI is breaking above that $10. The high of the day is $10.36, and it just broke above it again. So can we get to $11 now? Can we get to $11? Are you in a position, Regan, or you're just asking because you're interested in a position? Yeah. So again, pets failed at $3, broke above it, but obviously we know a breakout is really when the candle closes above, right? So broke above to 305, but then failed to close the candle and then back down. So yeah, pets has been good though. So is those beats, right? Beat has been nice and consistent. Again, nothing crazy, but a really nice looking chart, slow and steady. MIGI, you're clearly at resistance here, so you have to make decisions, right? So this is the third time now that we've been to this level, right? The third time. So resistance, resistance. And again, we're gonna keep watching BTTC because we're clearly well above the 200 EMA, right? We haven't really done anything crazy here. We made that initial low, but we haven't broken below that low. So we're gonna keep paying attention to that thing until the chart kind of gives us a clear direction. The market spies having a rough day today. Yeah, yeah. It's more like buy the hype and sell the news for the Fed meeting, right? Buy the hype, sell the news. Buy the hype, sell the news. And when SPY is having a rough day, Bitcoin is having triple rough. BTC is having a hard time. You know, yeah. Well done, Frozen. Well done. Good scalp. Yeah. Again, if $10 is going to continue to be a problem above and again in and around $10, then you need to make sure you're having stop losses or you're taking those gains at the top. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, beat is just slowly creeping up there towards $2. Slow and steady. Make no mistake though, one of these two stocks, MIGI or BTTC, will cook. One of these two names will say, hey, yeah, I'm the captain. The question is when? When? In which? So just get myself in a yeah, I think either paper trade or let the market settle and only look for, like really clean setups with maybe half or less your regular size below, right? So just because you hit your daily goal doesn't mean you have to stop. But if you do continue, it has to be A+ setups, and it like and you need to reduce the position because there's no need for you to go in heavy, right? There's just no need, right? You want to build that consistent, discipline, right? So or you go paper trade, right? Yeah. Ayo, Jeff. Ayo. How are you? So again, MIGI is testing that $10 again here. So let's see if it breaks above this time. And then Pets is back to $3. Pet says hello. I'm back. Dang, this level is a difficult level here. Difficult. Yeah. Yeah. Yogi? Absolutely. That one gem will make the most difference in your trading. Wait for A plus setups. Yep. Right. Like sometimes people feel like, you know what, if I sit and wait for that perfect setup, if I sit and wait for that perfect setup, I'm not gonna do anything all day. I'm only gonna see it, I'm gonna see it like once a day, twice a day, right? But again, sometimes the patience, the discipline that you build from waiting, the trust in yourself like goes a long way, right? So yeah, you're cheering for it. It wants to go. You could tell it wants to go, but like we keep failing at this spot. I am. Yep. Some days you may not make a single trade. Exactly, Yogi. Exactly. Right? Exactly. But when you do catch that A+ setup though, it can be very rewarding. Pays for your whole week sometimes. Yeah. 10-10 again. Criminal D. Criminal. Well done. Yeah. So again, I'm glad you're taking those gains though, because we keep failing at that spot. Right? We keep failing and failing and failing. And this stupid stock is still halted down, guys. BTTC. I think something fishy is going on here. Something fishy is going on. That's kind of annoying. Kind of, it's annoying. Beat looks good though, right? Beat just keeps moving up, slow and steady, right? So maybe the theme today is to look at the more slow and steady ones because they're doing very well, very well. Your next resistance on this thing is going to be $2.10. Alrighty. Unless you want to go a little bit lower to the thicker supply zone, 207. But again, sometimes if the resistance is 207, I just go to 210, just because it makes sense. Psychological point of view, it makes a lot of sense. You're green, Sticky. Why are you sorry? Good job, DL. A lot of you guys are scalping pets really well, by the way. So pets and beat. So good job. Yeah, a lot of people in Discord are just scalping pets and beats. And pets and beats and pets and beats. 150 people? Like an idiot? I have to pay for it somehow. Oh my goodness. How come we never got an invite, Kidlin? Where is our invite? You invited 150 people? My goodness, you're gonna be cooking. Or paying someone to cook. Happy 40th birthday, Caitlin. Amazing. Happy birthday. Love it. Yeah. It's gonna be a good party, yeah. I invited everyone. No, that's amazing though. Yeah, 150 people is gonna be fun. Yeah. So yeah, pet is still kind of pets is still kind of playing with that $3 resistance there. I think the difficult part about playing a breakout on this one, Bala, which I know is something you're looking for. The difficult part about this is that it's pretty slow, right? So it's pretty slow. So not sure how aggressive those breakouts are gonna be, right? So and then beat we're clearly failing in a supply zone, so that's really not a surprise. CGL, you can kind of see that 1250 resistance we talked about, and then a little bit of support around 11, right? BTTC is on halted and it's making a brand new low of the day, right? So these candles are just way too suspicious, just way too suspicious. So at some point, it's gonna need to really give us like something we can look at and say, "Hey, that's a proper chart," right? Because for now, this just looks like silly. But maybe if we can get closer to that 200 EMA and consolidate, maybe there might be a potential gamble there. We call it a gamble because right now it looks like a gamble. Yeah, 666 615. Yeah. So maybe we wait for that, right? Maybe let's see if we can get to that level. It's halted down, obviously, but yeah, there just hasn't been anything here that we can look at and trust yet, right? Nothing, zero, zilch, nada, right? So then MIGI is like, hey, do I go? I mean, this stock might as well go now because Caitlin needs to pay for that, 140 people. Yeah. Level 2 BTC all green. Yeah. The price action though. Then Pets is like, hey, I'm back. Back. I'm back. Choo, 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 choo. Here comes $3.10. 311. Yeah, no, it's done well, right? I think the only issue is the lack of explosiveness, Jason. But like this chart has been really nice, especially the retest of the breakout at the bottom here, the dip and the curl. This was perfect. So slow and steady, slow and steady. Is that a cup and handle? Yeah, right. The only issue with the cup and handle is you still need to break to the upside, but it does look good though. Like MIGI looks like it wants to go, right? Like it wants to go. You know, it wants to go. Uh, Interesting. Here it goes. That thing said, "Yeah, I want to go. Yeah, I want to go." Again, a lot of resistance up here though. A lot of resistance. A lot of resistance. Do, 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 do. A lot of resistance. To be let's go. Okay, there we go. Do. Come on now. Give us the boomskis. Something needs to give us boomskis. because you're definitely not gonna get a boomski from pets, right? You're gonna get a nice scalp though. Yeah, because it always is though, right, Bilal? It always is, right? That's why you notice, sometimes we randomly drop a line at 310, 320, right, without even seeing what's happened there, because these stocks have had history, right? If you look at most stocks, you're gonna look at like every 20, every 10, every 20, right, and then you skip to a 30 or a 50, right? Unless it has a lot of volume. But for something like this, it doesn't have the explosiveness. So unless everything else dies in the market, you're gonna have those issues, right? Something like an MIGI has obviously way more explosiveness than pets, right? So here goes. Pets is like, Caitlin need the monies for the birthday. Can we go boomskis? Yep, exactly, Chris. Exactly. 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 Do, 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 do. Can we get a breakout? Yeah, these names are way too suspicious. So again, be safe, guys. Right? Um, be careful. It doesn't quite seem like the morning to be taking random gambles yet, right? So please be patient with these names, please. Alrighty, please. Beats obviously hit that resistance. So you see what's happened here too, Bilal, is guess what? $2.10 failed, right? What do they have in common? Right? So just a common psychological level, right? Again, pets is nice and consistent though, so you would think and hope that at some point it breaks above that level, but that level is still going to be resistance. The annoying thing about BTTC too is like those halts are not really just quick halts, Like these should be quick halts. There goes the on halt at least. So again, we're still above the 200 EMA, so we can't really say, oh, this is garbage. It looks like garbage for now. We can't throw it away yet. Yeah, exactly, Yogi. So let's see if we get to that 200 EMA though, or just consolidate higher. And Pets is going for that 310 again. Slowly. 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 Hopefully, no more halts on this thing. Any hope that it will break resistance? What's your position, Dan Demora? What's your position on MIGI? What's your entry price? Did someone say they're in at $10? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. At this point, we might as well just all FOMO into pets. Hey, pets. Hey, Vesty. Anyways, $3.10 to acting as resistance there, but it's retesting it. Super slow though. You don't want to risk it? No, that's okay. That's okay. It still looks it's still playing in the same resistance range, right? So the more you test, the weaker it gets. So you would think and hope that it breaks out at some point. But also, the more you test it and don't break, the more annoyed people get, right? So yeah, but again, it looks fine, right? As long as you have a stop loss and it's giving you consistent higher lows, you're completely okay. If you take the gains, that's okay too, right? Here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Maybe this time. Ooh, there it is. MIGI says, "Yup." Caitlin gets a party. Oh, nope. Caitlin doesn't get a party. Oh my goodness. This is why breakouts, like, it's important that the candle closes because that was a scam candle. Yeah. And we're still in the same spot. It's not like anything horrible has happened, right? Like nothing horrible has happened. We're still at $10, 10.20, right? Like this is not bad. But that was just a scam candle though, right? It made a brand new high, but it failed to close above. So then it just came back into the same range. They said, oh, wait a minute. uh, wait a minute. Yeah, that thing is just playing games at this point now. Just playing games. Just playing games. And the BTTC slowly inching towards that 200 EMA. Slowly. Slowly. Pet says, oh, 310. Yeah, that's too much resistance for me. Right, so this is what I mean. Like, Pets just doesn't have that, the vibes to go boom skis. Unless there's nothing else in the market, Pets is more of a scalp than an explosive name. Alrighty. I mean, at least we're trying to consolidate here, but I think at some point, though, we're going to either need a higher low or just a higher high, or just a long period of consolidation for BTTC before we can trust it. Right? uh, yeah, no, Tiffany, it definitely looks like a T-Rex, doesn't it? So until it breaks and closes above the 310, there's some issues there. Beat is trying to curl here. Trying to. TGL looks like it's curling too. Trying to. Off the 50 EMA. SMX is probably, it's not halted, but a nice little curl. Okay, why are these names annoying today? Why are these stocks annoying today, guys? Why? So like, hey, you guys have had too much fun. Jason, I know you're in the chat. So it's for Discord, right? There's no way we can do it through YouTube's. YouTube doesn't care, right? Yeah, YouTube doesn't care. So, yeah. So that benefit is for Discord. Yeah. It would be nice though if we can manually do that. That would be amazing. But it makes too much sense, right? Yeah. It explains two things, and I know which two things. Yeah. So like it's yeah. That would be amazing actually if they could do that. Oof. That'd save me so much trouble. So much, you have no idea. They're gonna do that though. Yeah. Should be able to like manually pick someone and say, hey, you know? La, 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 la. You got it at $9, Thomas? Okay, I'll take a look. We're kind of consolidating, right, for BTTC. We just don't have history of, it doing anything good. So you got into AX, Thomas, at $9? Yeah, right there. That was the problem, Thomas. Right? And it actually failed at below the 200 EMA earlier too. So you definitely should have got out of that position. Right? Definitely should not be in this position at this point. So this is why we keep saying those stop losses are really important. And we're gonna have a class, like probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow, if not Saturday. But we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about stuff like that a lot, right? When to exit a position, when to exit, right? So, because a lot of you guys make that mistake. A lot of you guys, a lot, right? A lot of you. So you're gonna catch me yelling at some people, right? You're gonna catch me yelling at some people tomorrow or Saturday. But you should not be in that position. If you're in at $9, right, and we drop all the way to $7, yeah, you definitely don't have a plan there. You're just hoping that it works out, Thomas. Right? Especially when you're testing the 200 EMA and it's failing right there, you have a problem. No, tomorrow is going to be Legends Pro and above. So if you're a Legend Pro, a GOAT VIP, a lifetime member, Yeah, anything Legend Pro and above. Yes. And then the following Friday, we're gonna have a Q&A for legends and everybody. Alrighty. Again, yeah. So BTTC, like I said, Yogi mentioned this too. There's just no history of like anything good here yet. So you can't jump into the first sign of consolidation because it hasn't proven itself. Alrighty. It hasn't proven itself yet. So at this point, you're still kind of waiting for that 200 EMA, right? So there's just nothing to see there yet. So maybe that 200 EMA. Do I know? Not yet. When and where do you find the Friday class? I'll let you guys know tomorrow. I'll confirm it tomorrow for sure. Because I need to confirm my one-on-ones and move them around. Alrighty. Again, if I have too much to do tomorrow, then I'll just move it to Saturday. But it's gonna be in the Legend Pro channel tomorrow. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. So it's gonna be tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. If it's not, maybe 6 p.m. Eastern. If not, we'll just move it to Saturday if it's easier that way. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. So it does look like we're holding that 200 EMA though. So, but again, lots of work to be done here for us to trust this. Pet says, "Hello guys, remember me? I'm back." Right? You guys might as well, love me, cause I'm here to stay. Yeah, nice little breakout there for Pets. Yeah, like Pets has given some really good scalps, really good scalps. Right? Really good scalps. MIGI is still in that same range. Nothing's really changed here, right? Nothing's changed. Same. BTTC with the first green candle in a while. First green candle in a while above the 200 EMA. Yeah, no, Pets has been good. Very good. What would be a good entry on a dip? Oof. Right? So, I mean, the bottom of these dips, you're looking for as close to 870 to 850 as possible. Alrighty, so right in between that 20-cent range there, wherever you decide to consolidate. Yeah, so 870 to 850. Yeah. Yeah, no, beat and Pets have been good. Pets has obviously been the one that's more consistent with the push to the upside. But yeah. Pet says I'm the one. Yeah, that float is super small. SVRE. Yeah. Super small. After the split. You want to add some more courage? What's your current average? You definitely don't want to be doing that at the highs though, right? Maybe on a retest of something, right? Like a retest of $3.10 maybe. You had to go to the bathroom. Pet says, "Hey guys, there's nothing else, so I'm the one." Pet says, "You guys better stop watching all the other trash you're looking at. That's your entry. Your entry is $2 and okay, you have a really nice entry then, right? But yeah, I definitely wouldn't be adding at the highs. You have to wait for the retest of those for of like the breakout retest at some point, right? But you have a really good entry though, so good job. Good jobs. If you're holding Pets, type yes in the chat. Type yes in the chat if you're holding Pets. Not like your pets, like stock pets. Someone needs to be the sacrifice. Hey, that party is happening after all, Caitlin. Right. So again, MIGI guys, this is why we always tell you, like, it's 50-50, right? Yeah, you can hold and hope for a breakout, but also if you sell the position, no one's gonna judge you, right? No one's gonna judge you for looking at a stock like this and saying, damn, that's a lot of resistance. That's a lot. Right. But it could also break out and go boom and you regret it, right? But look at this. Right? We're going the opposite way. So they restricted it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Never mind then. 270, Thomas. There you go. Monies. You just sold it. Good job, Smooth. Well done. Yeah. Pet says, I'm the one, guys. Good push. Yeah, so MIGI is testing that $9 level there. You might be able to use that as a psychological level, but if it breaks below that, then there's more room to the downside. BTTC is still consolidating at the bottom there, right? That's the first time today it's actually done that. The first time it's done that, right? But again, so we're building the first mini demand zone there. The first. That's a nice little recovery virus on SPY. A nice little recovery. Hmm. Interesting. Golden Heaven. Another Asia low float stock. SMX is pushing again, guys. Pushing. The stock is from a different planet. I bet you that's why some of those other names like Golden Heaven are kind of pushing too. I bet you that's why. Sheesh, SMX. Yeah, seriously, Jason. Craziness. Yeah, no, I think we need to break above 720 and start getting some higher lows on this on BTTC before we can trust the violence there, because those candles still don't have any follow through really. SMX is making brand new highs of the day. That was a really good curl, actually. Really good technical curl. Really, really good. Really, really good. Very, very good. I think we might just make that class tomorrow, honestly, for like 6:15. You guys okay with 6:15 tomorrow? Eastern time, obviously, right? 6:15 tomorrow. MIGI is bouncing up $9. So broke below, reclaimed it, and holding for now. So kind of ranging more than anything else. BTTC again still has work to do. Work to do. Okay. It's going to be recorded. Yeah, again, only if you're a Legend Pro member, right? Only if you're a Legend Pro member. Yeah, Roberto? Yeah. Yeah, it will be recorded, yeah. Will be. MIGI still holding. Still holding. Yeah, you're almost getting that retest, right? So courageous. This is why we said that earlier, right? Rather than you just adding to your position, your entry is really nice, right? Why would you add at the highs, right? Let it come back and retest something at least, right? Maybe we come back and retest closer to 310. Then you're like, oh, okay, dipskis, right? So when you have a really good average, you don't want to just randomly add because you have a nice average at the top, right? BTTC, it's trying. Is it gonna do it? Is anybody taking the gamble at the bottom here? Anybody? That thing still looks like hella suspicious. La, la. Anybody taking a gamble? Good job, Shane. That was a good scalp on SMX. Alex says no. Yeah, so Hill, you took the gamble. CM, you took it. Yeah, you are. You love gambling. Yeah, I mean it is a gamble at the bottom there, right? But it's also showing signs of like, hey, maybe it's showing some signs. Daryl, yeah, like it's showing signs of like, hey, maybe I want to try. Maybe I want to try something. No gambling allowed. You took the gamble. Yeah, for the first time, we can look at this and say, oh, for the first time, that doesn't mean it's gonna work, right? But for the first time, it's like, oh, you know what? We're actually consolidating at the bottom here, right? Will it actually close above, like a 720 and then, like start moving up? Who knows? Who knows? So we'll see. It's trying. Actually, let's see. There it goes. It's trying, right? 728. It's like, hey, I'm trying a little bit. I'm trying my best. Okay? It's trying. It wasn't 30 minutes ago. Yeah. They've blocked some people. Look at that. 738, right? It's trying. It's like, hey guys, I'm trying for the first time. We could see something that was like, at least you can make 30 cents from it. You know what I mean? So if you took that gamble, I think it was just $7. Now it's $7.37. Right? Do or do not. There's no try. Yes. Right? So again, you're gonna have a battle with this thing because look at that. We just went from 740 back to $7. Right? Like the level of trust on this thing is gonna be low. 35 cents. That's good, Yogi. You know? That's good. So let's see if we can hold that demand zone at the very least. Right? It's starting to look okay. Trying to. That candle needs to close above 720. It's very sus. Like this stock is very, very sus. So you just have to know that you play with yeah, no, exactly, Yogi. Exactly. Right? So you can't be greedy with this thing. Yogi took his money already, but for the first time though, it looks interesting. Right? This is the first time today. As much as we like this thing like earlier this morning, it just didn't give us anything, right? You can't just crash and then pop like that and then crash back down and like, there's nothing to see here, right? So we couldn't have played with this thing at all early unless you just FOMOed and you sold, which is fine, right? Because a lot of people did, right? But let's see if we can actually consolidate now and then curl. Pets, courageous. Did you play pets? Because it came all the way down to that $3.10 for the retest, right? And then back to 320. So that was your retest, right? Nice drop. That was a good scalp too. So again, anybody buy pets on the retest? Because that was an excellent retest. $3.10 back to $3.25. Right? So this has been the slow beauty, but the beautiful chart, right? Beautiful chart on this one. And then BTTC back to its favorite level, $7. Favorite spot. You can see though that we need to get back about 720. 720 though, Jason. Nice scalp. Nice scalpy. Nice scalpy. And so until we start getting like proper higher lows on this thing, people are not gonna trust it yet, right? Because it really hasn't done much. But it's trying to. This level is gonna be important though, because this is one of those spots where you either bounce or dangerous things happen. MIGI is still holding $9 for those of you asking. Yeah. Courageous, okay. And when you do that though, you have to stay green now, right? Your stop loss has to be in the green, right? So don't make the mistake of like doubling your position and then leaving the same stop loss. You're gonna regret it, right? Because again, that thing just went into that supply zone and then came back down to 310 again, right? So yeah, when you do that, you have to stay green, right? Your average is gonna be well below $3, so you're fine, but you have to stay green though. MIG is really just a teasing stock. Like it's just just a teasing stock. And Beats has done a really good job coming back, right? Beat, really good job. Really, 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 really good job. CM, nice scalp. No. Okay, there we go. And then obviously you have that resistance at 210 still. 270. Okay, stay green. Stay green. Stay green. Still stuck at $7 here with this one. That thing's like, hey Yogi, you want to come back? You want to come in again? Come on in. The door is open. Come on in. It's nice that it does have a demand zone here, though. I think that's a good start. Yeah. Jemmy, what's your position on Jemmy? Jemmy had news last night. Something about betting markets. So like how Robinhood does it, probably. I'm surprised a lot of platforms haven't done that, like Webull, because I think betting markets are cool. At least a lot of people use them, like Kaushi, or you can bet on random stuff. You jumped into pets. I mean, 310 was the support, so if you jumped in at 310, you should be okay for now, right? Pets is still above 310. It's still playing with 310, so unless you jumped in way higher, which you shouldn't have done that, right? Shouldn't have done that. Let me take a look at Jemmy. So you're in at 1189. Okay. Good job. Nice job. Yeah, you can see last night too, like the closer you got to 14, the more resistance you had. Right? Your entry is very nice though. I don't know if this is a long-term play for you, Pudi. Right? So yeah, really good entry. I think the only problem is like since last night and this morning, look at the problem, right? $14 ish. Right? Like this like that entire range, it's been a problem. So when you push closer to $14 like that, might be a good time to scale out if it's not a long-term swing play. If it is, then you just have to pick a stop loss somewhere and set it. Right, Jemmy is going back. Not Jemmy. MIGI is going back up again. Right, so nice demand zone at the bottom there. Right, this stock is just teasing everybody at this point. It's like, what do you think I'm gonna do? What do you think I'm gonna do? Am I gonna break? Am I gonna do it? And Pets is still holding that 310. Why are these stocks all Welcome. 313. Okay, you're almost, yeah, you're green, break even basically, right, KB? So that's not a big issue. Allow, seriously, seriously, that thing has been fighting for its life. Fighting anytime you get close to $10, people start selling right away. No hesitation, right away. Pets is doing a good job holding that 310, so it needs to get back above 320. And then BTTC, honestly, at this point is kind of annoying. The only thing that's saving the stock, the only reason why we keep even looking at the stock is because it's still above the 200 EMA. Right, that thing can be annoying and stay above the 200 EMA, and we still keep watching it. Because at any given point above the 200 EMA, good things can happen. You can all come to my party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The good thing though, Caitlin, again, is that it keeps coming back up there, right? So you would hope that that level keeps getting weaker and weaker every time you get there, and then eventually it's a breakout. Eventually, Jack. I mean, it's curling nicely. AXIL. It's curling really nicely. Right, so nice demand zone. This is kind of what we wanted to see, right? For BTTC, right? Is, a stock looks weak, right? We don't care. Let it crash. We don't care, right? But then we want to see something like this, like, get that initial bounce. The initial bounce is not what we care about. It's when we come back for that second bounce and it creates a demand zone or it's holding, and then the actual curl, right? Like this is the type of stuff you're looking for, right? It's a double bottom or a higher low, right? So when BTTC is doing stuff like this, it's not quite there yet. It has work to do, right? It looks okay, but it has work to do because one of these candles can go crazy either direction, right? So something's gonna need to happen there. But yeah, look, right? This is what this is what you're looking for, right? When a stock is crashing, this is exactly what you're looking for. It's like, hey, give me a higher low, give me a demand zone, give me a boom ski, right? And there is the boom ski for this one, right? So yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. SMX is just a monster. This thing just doesn't know when to quit. One share of SMX always pays for lunch, always. So this is the yogi play, the test of the 200 EMA. So just be careful on AXIL. So resistance 850, 855, 860, right? So that 850 basically. So just be careful up there, please. Careful, 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 careful. Heal, good jobs. Yeah, that was a good play. Right. So yeah, when a stock is on a clear downtrend like this, that's what you're looking for, right? There's just some type of consistency, something, right? Create a demand zone, do something, right? Look at BTTC, right? This is why we don't trust it yet because there's nothing to trust. There's nothing to trust here, right? Nothing at all. So because we haven't had that, but we are now sitting at the 200 EMA. I wonder if it's halted down. It looks like it's halted down, right? KB says pets can kiss. But yeah, so it's halted down, right? Yeah. So there's just nothing we can really trust there yet. I mean, maybe now it's gonna go below the 200 EMA and we can get rid of it. Stop looking at it at least. And yeah, MIGI, same. Annoying. Pets is like, you guys had your 310. You had your 310 bounce already. So Tommy, we need to do something. Yeah. Today has been an okay day for scalps, especially after the open. Pre-market was nice. A lot of people made money in pre-market and left for the day, right? Um, but after the market opened, like you've had scalpies like Pets and Beats. There've been some good scalps. MIGI scalp, right? Some of you even scalp BTTC. So like it's been an okay day for scalps, right? But nothing consistent though, right? Nothing consistent. GEMI is slowly creeping back up again. So again, closer to that $14 there. Maybe. yeah, some profits locked them. And Beat still looks nice. A big boomski. Why Friday, Fizzly? Why? What's going on Friday? BTC and to have zero shares available to short. If something we should be, it is, Mike, only when the stock is behaving, right? One sec. I thought that would require filing 300,000 shares. No, Snipes. Why? Why would that? Nothing requires filing. Like nothing you do requires filing. Zero, right? Nothing. Right, you like, not when you're selling, right? You can file after, right? So you notice how, like, when you get these filings, it's like, hey, this person sold these shares 5 days ago, right? So there's a period where you have to file. It's not when you're doing it though, right? So, and the stock has 37 million shares being, 37 million in volume. 300,000 is not gonna, yeah, not gonna, yeah. But yeah, so we pay attention to, Mike, we pay attention to like zero to borrow only when the stock is behaving, right? So there's a bit of a bias there. It's like, hey, the stock is behaving, right, and it has zero shares to borrow. You know what, I like this double now, right? When it looks like this, it doesn't really matter whether it has negative shares to borrow. It doesn't really matter, right? So price action is king before anything else. Anything else you look at is more of a an addition to what you're already paying attention to. It looks sus, all win because it's at resistance, right? It's at resistance. That's why it's like you're in a supply zone there. Yeah. So that's why when people say, "Oh, short squeeze," right, and the stock is going down, you don't want to listen to them, right? Because people were yelling short squeeze on AMC while it was going down, and it kept going down and down and down. So it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah. La, la, la. Okay. Jaden. Yep. Look at this. Look at this beast. That thing's at 200 EMA. Forget that. Forget that. Look at that. Right. So you guys can kind of see. You can see what we look for on a good name that's clearly like trash, compared to something else. SMX. Does that sound about right? Yeah. 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 So 270. That's some aggressive candles, huh? Right to the opening price. Nice pop. Right. So again, sometimes people like ask, okay, like when do I play a stock that's below the 200 EMA, blah blah blah. It's like when you see consistency like this, you can try it. Right. So again, you're looking for those higher lows, you're looking for those demand zones, you're looking for higher low breakouts. Right. That's what you're looking for. Right. So and then supply zone and slap. BTTC still halted, guys. MIGI is looking super sus now. So testing the 200 EMA. Super sus. Super sus. Honestly, all these stocks are looking way too suspicious now. Way too suspicious. BTTC is playing with that 200 EMA, so see if it stays above. This is that 615 level, Yogi. Did you try it, or you're just waiting for now? On SMX, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. So that 615 200 EMA we were waiting for. We put the circle here because this is the level we were waiting for, right? Yeah, agree with you. It really is sus. So it looks like we're kind of testing that level and holding for now on BTTC. So this is like your last hope here, your last chance at BTTC. Last hope. But has a gap to fill at 1380 to $14 on the daily. Pretty. Yes. 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 right? That's why it's filling that gap and failing that. That's why we mentioned 14, right? So yeah, yeah. So that 14 area is your next resistance there. This is BTTC. This is your last hope, last chance. If you don't hold the 200 EMA, you don't hold anything. You don't hold anything. 1502. Then I'd have to look. Puri. I'd have to look. Let's see. Mm, 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 mm. Beats is still around $2, which is fine. And then yeah, once we broke below that $3.10, Pet says, you know what, guys? I hope you made enough monies because I want to go back and retest the VWAP. I want to go back and retest the VWAPs. And then yeah, GME looks good. It's slow and steady, slow and steady. Do you like AVX? Lots of running room if I can 170. RETO is pushing for the highs of the day. That thing looks so suspicious this morning, and all of a sudden now it's at the highs of the day. Caitlin, your last hope, the 200 EMA for what's your entry price, Caitlin? Or did you sell already? You're a criminal, so you most likely sold. Most likely sold that position already. But are you seeing a triple top on beat? Most likely, yes. Right. So above $2 to 210. Right here goes though. Right. It's more of a double top test now though, rather than a triple top. Right. The other high was a little bit lower, but that entire supply zone you could use it as a triple top. And so nice pop on beat there. Nice pop. Nice pop. 206. You're about to gap up $2. Oh, on GME. Sounds good. Yeah, that also depends on how it performs for the rest of the day, though. Okay. $2.08. And then Pets is holding the view up for now, so that's fine. But Beat looks like the nicer one now, doesn't it? Even though it's in a supply zone. Is it dead? Are you holding ATPC? I'll take a look. Are you holding it though? I know it's somewhere on here. ATPC. Is it dead? The answer is not yes. I mean, the answer was in terms of like what we consider dead. What we consider dead is when a stock goes below the 200 EMA, right? After the open. Doesn't always apply though, right? So because there are times where you can consolidate and bounce, so it's kind of relative to your entry, and so it really depends. For now, I would say the answer is yes if it breaks below 10 cents, because it makes a lot of sense, right? 10 cents psychological level, it's a double bottom, so if it breaks below that level, then yeah, right? Beat says hello guys, I'll give you the beats, nothing but the beats. And at 11 cents, okay. AXIL is pushing back again for the highs. Not the highs of the day, but because we were high in pre-market. But yeah, so market open highs. Nice push, huh? This is what happens again. Even if you're below the 200 EMA, there can be good things happening as long as you're getting that double bottom and holding the double bottom. You can try it, right? So your next resistance is going to be this last high coming into the open here, right? That's why you have that supply zone there. So again, closer to 940, 950. AXIL looks good though. Nice push. Look at BTTC guys. They're just slapping it, right? Like nothing good is happening here. Nothing at all, right? Nothing good is happening, right? So importance of having those stop losses, guys. Importance, importance. The importance of having stop losses. It kicks you out. Yeah. The Legend Pro level, Jeffrey. And then obviously beats pushing close to 220. That's gonna be your next little obstacle there. Yeah, yeah. The thing on this one, though, Chris, you can look at this and say, other than that consolidation at the bottom there, right? There's really been nothing else, right? And if you've been in this stock at any given point, right, it's super suspicious, and you should be aggressive with the stop loss, and you should be getting out, right? Because at no point today has this thing said, hey, like I'm confident, right? Like I'm the one. No, it's more so been sus, 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 right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kevin, you're gonna need to you're gonna need to. What did you get in at if you lost $500 like that? I think you play heavy, Kevin. You definitely play heavy. That yeah, $500 loss like on a play like that is a lot. Yeah, I think you went in. I think you play heavy. I think you're gonna need some one-on-ones at some point, Kevin. Yeah. Yeah, on a name like that. Mm-mm. Yeah, look at that, right? So Jemmy is still having a hard time with that red zone. Yeah, having a hard time with those red zones. Beats is saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go back to the top again. I want to go back to the top for Christmas." Yeah. $1.40 in what beat miss chance. Beat is looking for it, looking for it. Yeah, good job. Yeah, really nice. Hmm. Hmm. That's a very good question, Yogi. That's a very good question. Do. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Do. No, 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 no. Yeah, I see it. Okay, I'll let you know. Mm-mm. It's been a really choppy and suspicious day for sure, Snipes. Right? The better stocks today have been the slow and steady ones like Pets and Beat. These two have been nice, slow and steady, right? Because Pet is coming back nicely too off the VWAP. So these two stocks have been nice, right? And then Gemi is pushing back up again, straight to that supply zone. So 180 to 224. Got your profits for the day. Good job, Andrew. See, yeah, you yeah, good job. No, 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 no. Game warrior. Someone needs to be sacrificed. You know, someone needs to be sacrificed. And then AXIL. That thing looks nice. So another push there. You're most likely looking for push to the VWAP there, $10 rather than wherever that line was at. But that's a nice pop. And like a 10% loss though on a name like BTTC for Kevin is better than Kevin not having a stop loss at all. And who knows how worse that gets. Right? You're gonna step out for breakfast. Okay, sounds good, Yogi. Sounds good. Sounds good. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Alrighty, and we will chat later. We can maybe spin the wheel, Yogi, if you're still here. We could spin the wheel for people that wanna get it for themselves, because I think especially for a level like that, almost don't like giving it away, but like spin it for people that want to buy it, and then take your spot. But yeah, Jeffrey, let's go, Jeffrey. Let's go. Is Jeffrey a new member? Jeffrey is a new member. Okay, welcome, Jeffrey. I think the first time I saw like a name like that, like Jeffrey spelled like that, I'm like, wait. Wait, what the hell's going on? Who spells Jeffrey with a G? Yeah, who does that? Who does that? Yeah. Anyways, uh, yeah. Welcome to the community, though, Jeffrey. Click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. That's your Discord invite, okay? So click the link and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Cool. So that's your invite. Beats is still failing at that resistance there. Still failing at the resistance. Maybe this time you're gonna get that breakout for Gemini. Maybe this time. Belen. Why? What happened? This week has been amazing, honestly. Like this is other than today. Like last night was, after our plays weren't doing so amazing. This week has been amazing. Even pre-market this morning was hot, right? A lot of people made their daily goal and walked away for the day, right? It's just the open today was way too suspicious. Yeah. What do you guys use? Like a broker? A lot of people use Weibo, Robinhood, and TD. Schwab, Fidelity, stuff like that. It won't let you on Robinhood anymore. Is that because you have a margin account? Then switch to a cash account. Then Sam, good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning. Uh, Heyo, Laura. Heyo, heyo. I love the open today. Uh huh. Why? Because you bought it and then crazy things happened. Unbelievable. Well done. Options. I lost in all trades. BTTC not good. Yeah, this morning BTTC was really nice. A lot of people like look at this, right? This is why we tell you, Belen, to invest in yourself and join us in Discord. Because look at this, right? BTTC was a gem this morning. That's why we liked it so much coming into the open, because a lot of people made a lot of money on this one. It just kept going and going and going and going, right? And then you eventually jumped in, right? So again, when we tell you to join us in Discord, is because sometimes you can catch these stocks early on and you can be done with them. Once the market opens, it becomes a bit more chaotic. And then calls. Yeah, that was a really nice bounce. The entire market bounced. Not sure what they're doing now, but good jobs. Good jobs, Laura. Well done. Cooking the options. Uh, I just wanted to use that give, Greg. Yeah. So yeah, BTTC is it's curling, and like there's a little bit of consolidation there, but that's because it wants to retest the 200 EMA. So see if they can reclaim that level. Pets kind of in the same spot there. We failed below $10 for AXIL. Beat same fail. MIGI looking super sus. Why is everything looking like that? Yeah, super sus. Mm-mm. Settings. Alec, BTTC is halted up, guys. So it looks like it's found somewhat of a base here now at 550. That thing had to go all the way to the abyss, right, to find a base. If that thing starts pumping from here, people are gonna be pissed. Yeah, Martin, bottom feeders party. Price action like that is super annoying though. Super annoying. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. Is it gonna pump now? We'll see. That's the first hold we've had on the upside after the crash. So let's see. Can you imagine? I'll be pissed. I know. Yeah, you also be pissed. Yeah. Let's see. So this is why, like, I don't mind people taking gambles at like consolidation levels. I don't mind that. Right? Whenever a stock is you notice how like most of the time, guys, like look at this, right? We were consolidating right there, right? Like we were consolidating right here. If you took a gamble right there, you had an opportunity to make money, right? Same thing right here. Like we're clearly consolidating right there, right? So I don't mind when a stock is just going sideways and creating a demand zone and you take a chance. You just have to make sure that you don't you have a good stop loss, right? In the abyss, Megan, yeah, you took a chance. Okay, let's see. Let's see. AFJK is halted up again. That thing is another hot monster. Yeah. Uh, God told you to hold, Joseph. Well, he was right. If you can even say he, let's just say he for the sake of examples. But yeah. You held. Okay. Can you get SPY back to all-time highs, including Bitcoin, Laura? Can you make that happen? ATPC just chilling at 10 cents here, like just super annoying, but just sitting there. Seriously, Winterfell, seriously, right? Super sus. Super sus. Again, like there's some really good scalps though, right? Like, good scalps, but nothing that's consistently scalpable. You sold at 80. Yeah, please, Laura. You sold at 584. 584. Yeah. Then it dropped to 550 and then said, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, we'll see what happens when it on halt. See if we can get some consistency here. You thought it was dead? Yep. To be fair though, it looked dead till it consolidated, right? A matter of minutes. Yeah. You can really only make decisions though that like, with the information you have, right, Frozen? There's nothing else to it, right? You make decisions, you live with the decision, right? Based on the information you have, right? Uh, there goes the on halt. On halted. You did really well yesterday, though, right, Alec? You're up what, like a few hundred, above $1,000, right? Bala says, "I need some congratulations in the chat. I just got an intern position at Apple. Let's go, Bilal. Yeah, congratulations. That's amazing. Well done. Give me a high five. Let's go. That's cool. Yeah. Discount iPhones for the chat. Tim? Yes, that's amazing. Congratulations. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Apple intern. Amazing. What are you going to be doing, Bilal? Other than giving us a discount? Friends and family, right? Friends and family discounts. But other than that, what are you going to be doing? That's very cool. You need to ask about the discounts. Can you imagine Bala going in on the first day saying, "Hey, my friends need discounts." They're gonna say, "Okay, stand outside the door and wear this outfit. You're gonna be greeting outside the door." So, software engineer, very cool, Bala. Very cool. That is amazing. Just don't ruin the cell phones, though, please. I'm kidding. Uh, Yeah, if he's asking for discounts, he's gonna become the janitor really quickly. It's like, hey, my friends, I know it's day one, but my friends, my friends need discounts. They're like, oh, so that's why you're here, huh? Okay, take this broom and this mop straight to the bathroom. There's some nice discounts there. Uh, yep. No, that's amazing, Villa. Congratulations. Yeah, maybe in a few years, you can get us some nice discounts. Time to sell my Apple shares. Uh, yeah, BBGI halted. Yeah, yep. BBGI. Beasley. Still red on the day though, but a nice pop. It's an aggressive pop. I would sell any shares too. Uh, yep. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, BTTC still chilling here at the 50 EMA. Yeah. So you're gonna need some higher lows on this thing before you can even still trust it, right? This is just one pop. So double bottoms, higher lows. If not, meh. Beat retesting the 50, $2. Hmm. We finally watermelon. Yes, yes. I'm not even surprised, honestly. You Barcelona fans, same as the Chelsea fans. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ah. Today, you know how we were saying how like in December you usually have like some pretty sweet runs, and then you slow down as we get into the holidays. I wonder if that's already starting now. Hopefully not, but I wonder if that's starting already. As people make their monies, they're like, you know what? I made some nice money. It's time for the holidays. Yeah, it's still holding the 200. That's more of a retest, Belen, right? So, $6.30. If you stay above that, that's okay. It's just retesting the 200 EMA for now. I know, right? Way too early for the holidays. Way too early. But let's see. Today, like, keep in mind though, today is really the only fishy day we've had this week, right? Other than that, like everything's been cooking and flying, right? You look left 200%, right? 200%. So, if we get one fishy day a week, that's not that bad. And again, this morning was nice, right? This morning was nice. If you're green for the day, type yes in the chat because a lot of you guys are because of pre-market, right? A lot of you guys are green. Not everybody got into BTTC, right? I think BTTC is the only way you could have got screwed this morning, right? Like, so that's what I mean. Like, it's not a horrible day. Yeah, right. Right. BTTC is the only way. If you took a gamble on this, is the only way you should be red. Other than that, like even MIGI, this was good today, right? This was good. You had the whole time to sell at the top, right? Beat was really nice. That thing just came up the highs, right? Pets was also really nice, right? That thing was running for a long time. So, as annoying as this morning is, right? Some really good runners. Yeah. Yep. Belen, welcome. There goes BBGI. Welcome to the community, Belen. Welcome. Alrighty. This is your invite link at the bottom of the chat. So click that link at the bottom there from the Hot Trades account and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. You're green for the day. Yeah. I see a lot of you guys like look at that, right? A lot of people are green for the day. A lot of people are green, right? A lot, right? So the only way you're red is most likely if you gambled on BTTC, right? But also BTTC has been looking suspicious the whole day, right? The whole day it's been looking suspicious. So it's as annoying as today is, it's not that horrible of a day. B just trying to curl up the 50 again. Time to learn, absolutely, Belen. So connect, go to the new trader education section, go from the top and start scrolling down and learning stuff already without getting roasted. Yeah, you're red by $6,500, Mike. Even me, I'm green. Look at that, Empress. That's because you cooked BTTC this morning, Empress, in Discord, right? BTTC was really nice this morning, guys. It was really nice, right? When we tell you to join us in Discord, like it's because you could have played with this thing earlier and be done with it, and then the market opened and it was sus. Um, yeah, well done, Mike. What did you lose $6,500 in? What did you play with? Give me some details. You lost a lifetime membership, Mike. A lifetime membership. What did you lose $6,500 in, right? What did you buy at? What did you sell at? Just let me know. I just want to look. I want to see. I want to kind of see what you're doing. Uh, you're building back, KB? Yeah. Not exactly, Empress. Today is that type of day where you're really grateful that you're not diamond heading and holding too long, because today doesn't have patience. No mercy for greed, right? Everything is a scalp, scalp, scalp. Trying a new strategy of taking bigger positions and not holding for long, just taking gains, even if yeah, Aaron, there you go. So just be careful with that strategy, though. Make sure that it's actually a strategy, like there's something behind that, not just jumping in heavy, because that can also turn around really poorly. There's no lifetime membership to lose. Uh, in Canada, you just have to get Questrade or get in Questrade or get Interactive Brokers. Even with any platform, you can trade after hours. The time is different. So Mike got into BTTC and MIGI 960. So you got in a 960 out at oof, oof. See, that's the problem, Mike. That was your big problem there, right? Also for MIGI, Mike, right? So you can see your problem without even seeing the problem, right? We sat here and we kept saying, hey guys, there's a lot of resistance for MIGI at this price, right? Look at that, right? There's a lot of resistance right there, Mike. You bought right there. You bought it. You literally bought at the resistance, right? At the level that we were saying here, problems, problems, problems. You bought there, right? So that's your first problem. And then for BTTC, you bought at $9.60. So let's take a look at $9.60. You're buying at pretty like difficult levels. If you bought that thing at $9.60 after the market opened, that was pretty suspicious too, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Questrade is the best one. With the with zero fees. I mean, Webull, if you want to play all the hours of the extended hours, especially pre-market, mischance. Yeah. So again, Mike, that's really hard, right? $6,500. That's a lot of money, obviously. Um, but again, your entries are very suspicious, very very suspicious, right? That's not the worst part, though. That's not the worst part. That is not the worst part of this. The worst part is not the entry. The worst part of a mistake will never be the entry, right? It's this, right? It's this, right? The whole secret to winning big in the stock market is not to be right all the time, but it's to lose the least amount possible when you're wrong, right? This is the big problem a lot of people have, right? So the issue isn't that Mike is taking big positions and at wrong entries. The issue is you jumping in, Mike, and not realizing that you made a mistake, or even maybe not even realizing that, and like maybe having a max stop loss. Like, hey, you know what? My max stop loss is gonna be $500. It's gonna be $1,000, right? Like this one I can understand, but you still need to have a stop loss. This one though, I definitely don't understand because you never should have got into that position in the first place, right? You're in a red zone, and we keep saying, hey, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, and you jumped in there, right? Like this one, you never should have been in there. But this one, though, right? You got in and you waited all the way down to $5, from $10 to $5, right? That's 50%, right? We keep saying, hey, 8% max stop loss, 8 to 10% max, 8 to 10%. You waited for 50% almost, right? Yeah. So that's something that like you want to avoid, you know? That is something that you want to avoid. That's hard though, Mike. So sorry, but Empress is thank you. Empress is married, guys. Leave her alone. Her hubby is gonna come find you in the chat. uh, Trader Jojo. Empress, the Empress husband is gonna find you in the chat and roast you. He's already losing money, so he has a reason to find you. If he's losing money in the market, Empress, not that. Anyways, I'm just gonna leave it there. So no more words about Empress's beauty. Yeah. What do we do in Discord? Educate first of all. Talk about ideas and community. Alrighty. He lost in BTTC too. Oh my days, Empress. You make money in BTTC. Your husband loses money in BTTC. No, no, no. Trader Jojo, we're joking. By the way, we're joking. We're not being, yeah, we're joking. You should be able to compliment someone's beauty, without any intention behind it, yeah. But anyways, yeah, Empress, you need to get your husband to join us in Discord, because other than having you know he's not doing very well at the market stuff. He needs to use your knowledge. Yeah. You made monies, he lost monies. You were patient and didn't FOMO, he probably FOMOed. You know what, Rob? Who asked you? uh, I mean, I don't remember, Chris. How do you find us in Discord? You have to be a member on YouTube. Once you become a member, then we'll send you a link. Alrighty, so click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Once you click this link and you sign up for the level that says Legend or Legend Pro, once you become a member, then we'll send you the link in the to join us. Can we compliment your height? Hold on, let me get. You know what, Virus? You know what? You know what? Yeah. No, Mike. In all seriousness, though, like losing $6,500 is a lot of monies, right? So, but again, the things though that you can do to eliminate that stuff, right? Your entries on those two plays, those were completely gambles, right? That's one good thing, right? Is you can fix that, right? You can fix that stuff. So you don't want to be losing $6,500 especially in two plays, right? So that's a lot of monies. Lots of monies there. Yeah. Rob's profile picture is supposed to be the algo. Yeah. No, 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 no. The new one? No, I haven't downloaded the new one. Yeah. Mike says, my for getting a stop loss entries were bad. I bought when your resistance line. Yeah, yeah. You're setting your resistance lines properly. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not, Mike. Maybe not. But yeah, you mean like for MIGI? Yeah, I think the problem with that though is you have so many wicks in the red zone there that like this is going to be a problem, right? So again, like I said earlier, my biggest issue is not your resistance lines or anything else, my biggest issue is not your entry, right? Even though that's a pretty big issue, my biggest issue is you should not be in a position and losing 50%, losing 30%, losing 40%, right? You should not be in that position, right? Because you consistently do that and you're going to be in trouble really quickly, really, really quickly. Right. The good thing is you've only lost the gains for for the little bit, right? So it's not like you've blown you lost gains, right? Not losing, still hurts. It's still your monies, but yeah. So get in the habit of like not losing 50% or 40% or 30%, right? Um, we say 8 to 10% because that's like yeah, that's kind of a good level. Not that it's good to lose money, but how does someone communicate after being a member? You can send me a DM in Discord, or you can chat in Discord too. Pizza, good morning, pizza. I can't wait for the market to open. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mister. Yeah, yeah. Grand is on halted now too. GRN. Wonder Boy. Yeah. Yeah, on halted and then continuation to the downside. Like these can like look, that's what I mean. Like everything today is just way too sus. Way too sus. So just make sure you protect your money today, guys. Doesn't quite seem like the day to be taking crazy gambles, right? Uh, Felix, of course. What's your question there, though? 100 each time, without getting greedy, I've made my daily goal. Beautiful Empress. See, that's what I mean, right? Like, look at this. Beat like there are beautiful scalps all over the place. You know, really nice scalps, right? You just have to not be greedy. Is all. Look at that. Beat is like, hey guys, I want to go now. Yeah, I want to go now. See, you could have easily scalped Beats and honestly Pets. Like these two stocks, you could have scalped them all day today, right? Slow and steady. Look at Pets, right? Pets had a nice bounce off the VWAP too. So and now you're testing the double top here for Beat. Hey, yo, back off. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to can't pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you D. I'm gonna call you D. Alrighty. Welcome to the community. Um, alrighty. Welcome, 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 welcome. This is your invite link at the bottom of the chat here, the yellow one from the Hot Trades account. So click that link and follow the instructions in the Getting Started channel. Welcome. What about pets? What's going on with it? What do you mean? Owen says I've scalped pets and beat and made around $400. That's what I mean, right? Like these two stocks, you could have scalped them multiple times, dip, pop, and made some nice gains. So as annoying as it is that we're not getting a 200% runner, right? We have some nice scalps all over the place. Yeah, Gemini's going. Let's go. Pizza, day one of 8 completed. Let's go. Come on now. How much pizza? How much? How much? If only pizza would have a stop loss, I would appreciate that. You know, that would be nice. Gemini, unbelievable. Nothing. There's no news on B today. Actually, there was a price target upgrade, so I wonder if that's what caused it to move. Right, there were a few of these actually that came out today. Trader Jojo. right? So raised to buy from yeah. So they got some and so look at that, right? $8 price target from these guys. Not that it's going to $8. So there was that, and then there was another one 4 hours ago. Um, Actually, maybe this was the news then. I thought this came out yesterday. Yeah, because I don't think this is new. But anyways, it's been a good stock. Like it's been a good stock, and I think that came out yesterday. And then the price target upgrade, $8 price target upgrade. So it's at $2. It's not going to $8. Maybe it will, but who knows? But yeah, so double top for now though. So some positive headlines. Come on, pizza. I want to know. Okay, here comes another test. Full size, definitely. I mean, you can't really trust this thing, right? So you definitely shouldn't be going full size on this, right? Pets, look at that, 308. There you go, CM. You feeling better today, CM? Yeah, good, 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 good. So as much as we're only complaining about the market today, guys, because we're used to getting 200%. This, especially this week, right? 500%. Every day this week we've had 500%. Or pushing for 1,000%. So that's the only reason why we complain. Other than that, like you have scalps, right? You have scalps, beats and pets. These two have been nice scalpies. I think BTTC was just annoying at the open because we had high hopes for this one because it was the best performing stock coming into the open, right? I think we were just hoping that it would continue, but it's just disappointing, right? But you have to cut the loss quick and move on, or just not touch it. You mean that's not regular trading? 1,000% gains every day? Yeah, yeah. We need those, pizza. It's December. December is Santa month, so we need more. I answered your question already. Why do you keep asking what we do in Discord? I answered that question already. You've had a great day. Look at that, Waldo. Yeah, like a lot of you guys are green for the day, right? Most of you are green for the day. 80% of you guys are green for the day. 90% probably. No, 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 no. With no, 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 no. Thank you, Sean. Alwyn, yeah. You have just arrived. No, you haven't. No, you have not. Yeah, we bake cakes. Baking. The 12 cents. Okay, you're still in your position, Rumteen. Good. I mean, that thing is still sitting at, yeah. This one at least is still sitting at 10 cents. That one's still halted, and there goes pets, guys. Right there goes pets. So and pets is up 87%. So that's what I mean, right? Like you're still getting these beautiful scalps, right? There goes pets. Pets is going for the highs of the day now. Highs of the day. So these two stocks, if you played with any of them, BEAT or pets, you've had a good day today. That's what Empress has been doing. So it's not just beauty that Empress has. You know, At least she doesn't trade like her husband, Otherwise we would have a problem. Immigration would be coming for them, deport them to South Africa or something. Deport both of them. Yeah. Uh, $700 in profits. There you go, Fizzly. Good job. Good job. Good job. Have fear of pushing the button. So how do you have fear of pushing the button? I think everybody does at some point, right? Especially when you're consistent from Zimbabwe. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are neighbors. Deport you, and then you can walk to Zimbabwe. Rubbish. Um, so everybody has that fear of pushing the button at some point because we've all taken losses, right? The more losses you take, the more fearful you get. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So pets double top here, guys. 344, 350. Donovan, did I know that? Because I know you live in the islands now, but very nice. South African, yeah. I think South Africa made it to the World Cup, right? I think Zimbabwe, no hope. Just like Cameroon, no hope. Do you think you should hold it renewed? What's your entry price on that thing? What did you get in at? What did you get in at? All they have is useless and Buemo. That's it, Peter. Other than that, nothing else. You got in at 650. What's your stop loss then? The reason I'm asking these questions is because this is stuff you're supposed to know, right? Like if you're buying at 650, you should already know where that stop loss is gonna go, right? You don't want me answering that question for you or anybody else, right? You don't want anybody else answering that question. What's your stop loss at? Is it below $6 or is it below 550? One of those two levels. uh, yeah. SB. Yep. Is it time to sell at the double top for pets? I mean, you should definitely consider taking gains. Yeah. Yeah. I like if you were a gold member, you would know. Yeah. Also, I decided to not talk about that stuff anymore on stream. You guys can figure it out on your own. You know? Yeah. 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 No, 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 no. Yeah, no, yeah, it's a double top, so you definitely should consider taking some of those profits, Thomas. Yeah, yeah. No, we definitely want people more focused on the education and why they're jumping into positions rather than following. You know, yeah. I think if you're gonna succeed with trading, you want to be in a position where you can make that decision for yourself, right? Rather than follow somebody, regardless of whether that person's successful or not. You wanna look for the education and the understanding of why you're doing what you're doing. Like that control, rather than follow, because that ends badly, right? So again, both of these names, right? Beats and Pets, beautiful, beautiful. Another test of the top. We keep failing there though. That's the third time now. The good thing is that you're kind of creating an uptrend. Like if I draw an uptrend line, right, you're creating a nice little uptrend there, right? that's the good part. But other than that, though, we keep failing at the top, right? Failing, 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 failing. So it's gonna need to break out at some point. Yeah, at some point it's gonna need to break out if it wants to go. Mutual, mutual, mutual. What do I need to get access to link to your la 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 booty tank? Yeah, Peter P. You have to be a member on YouTube to once you do that, then your link connection is gonna work. But now it's not gonna work. Yeah. No, you can. It doesn't really matter whether the emails are different. You just have to link the YouTube, and it doesn't matter, right? It just needs to see that you are a member on YouTube. That's it. So yeah, you have to sign up for the Legend or the Legend Pro level. Yeah, it doesn't matter that the connection is different. Yeah, you're not a member on YouTube though. Your name's gray in the chat or white or whatever the color is. Yeah. So when you connect, you have to connect the YouTube email, right? So whether your Discord email is different, when you're linking, it's gonna ask you to connect your YouTube account. You just have to connect the same email that's with this account. But yeah, so it doesn't have to be the same as Discord and YouTube. You don't get any access. You don't need any access. No. No, 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 no. Let's go, CM. You're definitely feeling better today. Definitely. Than an 80-year-old. Uh, hmm. 1380? Send it to 14 then. And then start cooking for that $15 gap you were looking at. Mm-mm-mm. You're fine, Pooty. You don't need to be in Discord. You really don't. You don't have to. But if you do, then invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. uh yeah. Back to 620 here. So as long as BTTC stays above that 550, right, which is why I was asking earlier, like, is your stop loss below 6 or below 550, right? So 550 is the low. So definitely, if you're holding this, it needs to stay above that level at least. You need community, then invest in yourself, Booty Tank. You're not gonna regret it. If you don't like it after a month, cancel it. Right? You don't have to stay. It's not like you're signing a contract. You're gonna spend more money at McDonald's this month, so if you don't like it, cancel it. We're not. The membership is pretty easy to cancel. Over the an hour ago, it just paid up. You sold it. Monies. Yeah, no. Gemini's been good with like the comebacks. Again, so that $14, I'm gonna drop a line at 14 there. So $14 would be your target there. Right. Nice bounce though. Good job. Yep, exactly, Aaron. Exactly. Exactly. Here comes Gemini. OCG is halted up again. See, the thing that I don't like about like some of these halt like OCG is they're too random, and like one halt doesn't guarantee another halt up, right? Like you go up and then you immediately get slapped. Immediately get slapped. Beat is still fighting here, guys. Look at that, right? So that trend line is holding up really well, really really well. PL. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Boomskis. 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 Someone mentioned in Discord the thrust is coming. There you go. There is the thrust. Boomskis. Beat says, hey guys, I've been giving you opportunities all day today. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding beat. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding beat. Because this thing's been nice, right? Nice uptrend line, higher lows, boom skis. Frankie, yeah. Andrew, yes. Good job, guys. Frozen, Amy, well done. Yeah, good job. Look at Pets. Look at Pets. Pets is still like stalling at that resistance, but it's back to the top as well, right? So both of these names. Yeah, there you go. Good jobs. Okay, there we go. Boom skis. Yeah, Empress, make sure you're not delayed. But yeah, nice breakout. No. Just to like, what's your position, Donald? What is your position? Yep. So 225 would be the level to hold, right? Yeah, that's not a problem because that candle is well above it. Well above it. Here comes $2.40. The catalyst was good. There you go. No, that's okay, Don. Yeah, well done. Yeah, I think oh, you mean PPPT? Oh, okay. Yeah, as long as you're green, that's fine. From 290 to 236. Good job, Empress. Look at that, right? Look at that. Ah, well done. That flight to Zimbabwe has been cancelled for now. No thanks to your hubby. If your hubby ever watches the stream, he's gonna find us roasting him, all the time. He's not gonna be happy with you. Okay, so let's see if we can get to $2.50, a psychological wall, right? Nice push though. Congratulations again if you're holding this already. Congrats. For you, Andrew, probably a membership, Yeah. That's it. Good job, Hidden. Good job. Yeah. Hidden says a green day feels good. Yeah, well done. I like it. So yeah, the closer you get to that 250, the more selling you're gonna see on that thing. Just like Pets, clearly a double top, clearly a stall, clearly a red zone, and then dipskis. Right. Gemini, again, like I said, the closer you get to $14, the more resistance you're gonna have. So would be nice if it broke above that level. BTTC, still holding that 550, so hopefully it stays above that level. Hopefully, MIGI is just not doing anything right now. Just not doing anything. Potentially for a retest bill, yeah. At some point it will. Whether that's now or later on. Maybe that's now. Maybe that is now. Right? So there's always a retest of a pretty big like breakout level like that. There's always going to be a retest of that level. Always. Peter, what did you hit for your daily goal today though? I want to know. What did you do? Not 3600. No. Okay, there we go. take a look. According to Cap, there goes beat. 36,000. Yeah. Pizza. You know what? Yeah, again, like BTTC is trying. Is anybody still holding BTTC? Like it's trying to give you a higher low, right? Hopefully it stays above that level, right? Hopefully it stays above that level. Yeah, you are CM. I don't think that's a bad gamble. Yeah, pizza. I like it. I like it. Here we go. Beat is still the monster, though, right? Beat is still the gem, the goat of gems. Love it. 255. Be the next SMX? No, but it does look good though. It can be the next, consistent stock that runs to $5 maybe, but definitely not the next SMX. You have to be way more scammier to be the next SMX. And the float for SMX was, 600, 700,000, right? The float on Beat is 27 million. 27 million. So Beat is definitely not going to, unless they start making a lot of money. So again, your next resistance, as you can see from that psychological line, is right there, right? $2.50 resistance. Yeah, it looked like it, but it bounced off the 9 EMA and then popped. Will BTC be dead for the rest of the day? BTTC, no. Only if it breaks below 550, then yeah, teen. Yeah, for now it's trying to give you a higher low, so it would be nice if it actually behaved. Would be nice if it actually behaved. We'll see. And yeah, Beat got rejected hard at that 250. Rejected hard. So maybe a curl. Santa. For the rest of the year, that I can answer pretty easily, Pizza. The answer is yes. Don't come after me, virus, but the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, BTTC looks a little bit interesting now, doesn't it? Like it's slowly creeping up there. You're done for the day, Pita? Did you make your daily goal? You're keeping an eye on it, Tim? Yeah, no, it looks interesting here. We'll keep an eye on it as long as it doesn't make any brand new lows. As long as we're not making any new lows. Okay. Consolidation and then Unhalted. That thing keeps halting and unhalting and halting and unhalting. Rob is. We were being nice to Rob earlier. I don't think he's in the chat. Rob, they slapped it. Yeah, just wasn't doing very much. Just not doing a whole lot. You sold. Good jobs. Good jobs. Okay. Mm. Mm. Copy. Pets, we creeping back up. Yeah, it just came back for a retest of 310. That 310 level's been a nice little level now, right? So that was the level we were having a hard time with earlier. Now it's acting as a bit of support. So yeah, pets looks okay too. And then BTTC is coming all the way back down again. Weakness, weakness, weakness. Where's it? Okay. Pizza, you're done? You're out for the day? Okay, sounds good. Have a good day at work. Chat later. What is a Heikin candle? What do you mean? Like you just don't understand what the candle is, or like what's your question? Buy pets, like your entry? Yeah, that thing said buy. Where did you have your order at, KB? Where did you have your order at? And the lows are getting higher. It's a bullish pattern. Yeah, you're basically just getting some higher lows, right? Like consolidating, and you're trying to curl off the bottom. That's all that is. Yeah, yeah. No, pets is looking good. The last high was 346. The only problem is you're still in the same resistance, right? So that level is still a problem there. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Names like Pets and Beat. Those names have been good today. 310. Yeah, I think you were like a penny off. You're like a penny off on that. Yeah. Silver all time highs. Sheesh, Ronald, that thing just keeps going and going and going and going. Yeah, you can tell that BTTC is trying there, right? Like it's trying. The volume just isn't coming in for the breakout, right? Like it really needs to break out to the upside if it wants to go. It's just having a hard time though. He's having a hard time with that 650 breakout, so it's gonna need to break out if it wants to move. If it wants to move. From all time high, like for you. Oh, yeah, I see. I see. 1250. That's a really nice average. That's a very nice average, especially within like above 60. Yeah, that's a very nice average. When did you buy that though? That must have been a long time ago, like a really long time ago. Yeah, nice. Very, very nice. Okay, can we get some more boomskis here? Yeah, so beat is eventually slowly creeping towards the like retesting the that 225, right? So slowly dipping them. Slowly. Yeah, no, ASTI has been on the scanner a few times too. ASTI. Is it going to push? Yeah, as long as you can retest and actually hold that level, maybe. Right? So retesting that 225 breakout. 225 breakout. And then we obviously failed at $14 for Gemini, so I'm not really surprised. Let me take a look at ASTI. Any rumors? Like what rumors? About what? For Beyond Meat? What's happening? Sheesh, that's a thick red zone there. This is why it's nice to have these red zones in your chart. You know, you can simply just open the chart and be like, oh, nope, that's a problem. That's a problem already. We're just gonna relax. Yeah, ATPC has been doing well. And for some reason, this one isn't refreshing anymore. But hmm, wonder why it's doing that. MIGI is popping there a little bit too. Bit of a pop. Give us some boom skis, please. And then BTTC, yeah, just no volume on this thing to the upside, right? Like it looked interesting for a second, like it was about to break out that above that 650, but it just couldn't do it. Right, just too much resistance there now. Right, there's a mini demand zone there, so see if it holds above that. But yeah, right, just not enough volume to the upside. So BTTC is still looking very sus. I think we had too much hope for this one, but it's just not behaving. Just not behaving as we would like it to today. Just not behaving. So again, we'll see if we hold that demand zone. If not, maybe that thing goes all the way back down to that 550. Perhaps, maybe. I know, right? SK? I know. It's yeah, no, that thing looked we made some nice monies on it this morning. I think that's why we wanted to see it go boom skis again after the open, but it just hasn't behaved at all. Just hasn't behaved at all, right? So, but we'll see though, right? We're holding that $6. Holding the $6. $6 is holding. Trying to. Right? So we're bouncing off the damn support, but it just doesn't have the volume for the push. Yeah. I think the spread is suspicious in that thing too. For beat, let's take a look. Yeah, so I mean, we were basically looking for this level for the retest, right? So that was your shot there, right, Harmon? Right, this is the retest like we talked about. That was your shot, right? So a retest of 225, right? We initially had the resistance right there and right there and right there. So once you break above that level, you know there's going to be a retest. That's what you're looking for. Beat says, hey, that was your shot, right? Hope you took it. That thing said, I hope you took it. So that was a pretty perfect retest, actually. Pretty perfect. Pretty perfect. Mm. For $2? Oh my days. Oh my goodness. That was a perfect retest for Beat. That retest was so perfect. And then it said, thanks, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hope you bought the dipskis. 260. That was a pretty nice retest. Yeah, back to the highs there. So 268 highs. 268 highs. Good job, CM. Good scalp. Very, very good scalp. Do, 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 do. I'll take a look in a second. I will take a look in a second at pets. Pets is back to like 310 at least, right? Kept failing at that resistance. Three times now it's failed at that level. Right? So like we've mentioned this 310 level. It's look like I don't like the way that it's going below that level, so you might have to wait for it to test $3. If not, you're looking for 290. Alrighty. Let's go, Miss Chance. Well done. 250? That's a really good scalp. Really, really good scalp. Well done. Yeah, well done. MIGI still creeping up. It did, but then we're also failing at that same stupid resistance, guys. Like it's you know what's crazy is where's Mike? Mike sold that position. Was it MIGI? No, it was the other one actually. Yeah, but still though, that thing came all the way back to $10 again, Mike, and failed again. Let's mm, mm, and then back to Beat. Beats has been the monster today. You recover from it, Donovan? Okay, good. Good. Sometimes you need a little bit of prayer, a little bit of good fortune. A little bit of good fortune. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. No, 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 no. To 226. Yeah. You're always having to judge though, right? You know that that's the area, and then you're kind of seeing what's happening in that area, right, Bill? So like sometimes it's not always the same level. Sometimes it's slightly below. You're always kind of judging based on like what's happening in that area. IRBT, is that the one you're referring to? The robots? There it goes. That thing says, "Show me the monies." Brand new highs of the day. Brand new highs of the day. It's 270. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding beat. Type yes if you're still holding beat. Yeah, no, pet, you're gonna need to give it a bit more time to consolidate because it looks a bit suspicious. Like 310 is fine, but just the way that it's playing around that level. BTTC is just kind of chilling and around that same spot too, right? Like it's kind of annoying, isn't it? Right, and there it goes. Right, like it's holding that level, but it's really not doing much anything that's overly amazing here, right? So it just couldn't break out, right? So 650 would have been really important there for the breakout, but nothing. Um, yeah. So you're not in a position entry, is what you're saying? You're looking for one. There goes 272. Mm, 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 mm. Looking good. Looking good. Markets actually came back nicely today, huh? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Came back very nicely. Doo-doo. Mm, okay, there we go. You just had a retest to the retest and a curl and a breakout. Why now, Andrew? Why now? Pets? Yeah. See, that's why I said be patient with pets because pets just look way too suspicious at 310. Right. So watch $3 for some consolidation. If not, you might be safer closer to the 290. Is it done for the day? No, you can't really say that yet, right? Can't really say that yet. So I don't think we're at that point to say that pets is done yet because we're clearly still above the 200 EMA and the VWAP. So can't really say that those names are done yet. Beat though, beat is like I'm the one. I'm the one. I'm the one. Yeah, you have no positions. Yeah, you have to look for the retest of those levels rather than like the highs. You know. MIGI, yeah, all the way back to $10 again. Like those candles are just way too crazy. Like look at that. Caitlin, are you still in this one? Why would I not be surprised if you were still in this stock? Why? uh, so that's at two. Okay, so 250 left. I like. Okay, that's a good comeback though, right? Not a super horrible day, right? Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Uh, Andrew, sometimes, yeah, yeah, better than down 500. You were initially down 268 frozen. Good job. Yeah, well done. Mm, 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 mm. Friday. Okay. Mm, mm. Yeah, pet is holding that $3 though. So for example, like if I move this line to the bottom of the demand zone, that $3 is holding. Right. So that was your next little test area there for those of you looking at pets. Right. Mm, 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 mm. So yeah, no, this thing isn't quite done yet until we're actually breaking below like below 280. Yeah, you can start to say, you know what, this is done. But for now, we're way up there, right? Way up there. Closer to the top than we are to the bottom. Thank you, Alec. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. La, 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 la. Yeah, absolutely. The market is sometimes frustrating enough, right? So if we can help each other out, then that's definitely a benefit, you know? Yeah. The market can be very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Beat is coming back to retest at 250, right? So again, try not to touch this thing at the highs like that. There's always a retest at some point. Always. Right? Always. So watch that 250 there. $3 maybe, potentially. It's a nice round number, isn't it? Right. I think the beat is the one that a lot of people are paying attention to now, but for some of the other ones, yeah. MIGI just looks suspicious. Like we're gonna look away and look back, and it's gonna be at $15, and then everybody's gonna be pissed. Like, how come you couldn't do this earlier today? Stuff like this just annoys you. Why do they keep bringing it back up to the resistance? Silliness, silliness, guys, silliness. No, ATPC has been good with the little runs. What's the flow for MIGI? I think we looked this morning. It wasn't massive. Yeah, 900,000. I'm at super small float, right? I think that's why they're able to move it up and down like that. Super super small float. Yeah, 932,000. So super small. And guess what? Pet came back to that $3. Now it's back to 314, right? So maybe they were really maybe they were really waiting for the that $14 level, the $3 level. Mm. Definitely a less volume for sure, though. Less volume for sure. Hmm. For some reason, ATPC isn't updating for me. I don't know why. For some reason, it doesn't want to update. Oh, there we go. Finally. Yeah, no, this thing has done a really good job with the bounce. Your next resistance seems to be like 15 to 16 cents. But that's been a really nice bounce. Yeah, I think Rumtin, you've been holding this one since the 10 or 11 cents. I think your entry is to 11 cents. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet run. A pretty sweet run. Because Eddie, come on, Eddie, make it go, make it go. You're right there, Eddie. You're right there. Yeah, no, good job, Rumtin. Yeah, it's slicing through, right? So that's why we say 15 to 16 cents, because it's not an exact number. It's more of a range. Because when you look left, you're gonna see those wicks. So yeah, 15 to 16 cents then. Looks good though. What's your stop loss at now, Rumteen? The plants? Okay, sounds good. Bill, have a wonderful rest of the day. The plants. Slice it. Slice it. Yeah. Yeah. Do. Yeah, MIGI is really trying to break out. Really trying to. But again, every time we get into the $10 range, it's like nope, 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 nope. There it goes. Maybe this time. Maybe ATPC is slicing it though, Rumteen. Right? Maybe this time. Put some MSG on it. Yeah, it definitely needs something. There we go. 10-10. Yeah, so you notice how like we're hitting that 16 almost, right? Like right there, 16, and it's starting to back off a little bit, right? So yeah, that 15 to 16 is your level to watch for resistance. Hopefully it breaks above that level though. It looks good. Like it looks really good. Even with that yellow candle, it still looks really good. Still looks very, very good. Then MIGI really wants to break out. Really wants to break out. Are they gonna let it go this time? Come on, just let it go. That's enough fighting from the shorts. Enough fighting. They're like, nope, you shall not pass. Back to $10. Andrew TD. But I'm gonna switch though to Quest Trade. So. Interesting. 1020 again. And then maybe this is the slice coming for the $16 16 breakout. 16 cents. There it is. That supply zone says thanks for coming. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, that's what I said, Andrea. Yep. That's if you're Canadian, though. If you're not Canadian, then that doesn't apply to you. Here we go. 1045. It's really fighting. Like, it really wants to go, doesn't it? It really wants to go. Really, really wants to go. But nope. ATPC is looking good, though. Yeah. So basically just failing in that same range and reject it again, right? So again, this is why, there's nothing wrong with like selling at resistance every time, every time. Because you pray for those breakouts, they might not necessarily happen. Right. So again, everybody knows there's resistance here. So a lot of people are going to be selling. They're going to be selling, selling, selling. ATPC on the other hand, though, is just slowly creeping up. That's a really nice move on ATPC. Type yes in the chat if you're holding ATPC. Because that thing's been looking good. But not sure. 550. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, 17 cents. Beat reclaimed the that 250, so that's good. It's a nice little bounce. Pets is still holding $3. Like it's not bad. It's just really slow. Really, really slow. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Very, very slow. Uh, funny. Yeah, today's just today's just a scalping day. Scalp, scalp, scalp. And okay, take a look. Your stop loss rejected. What do you mean rejected? Yeah, Santa comes at night. Santa better come tonight because today's been fairly slow. Santa better come at night tonight, Empress. Santa better come at night. Otherwise, we're gonna find him. We're gonna find him. So he better come at night. Hmm, okay. Yeah, let's do 10 more minutes, guys, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. Alrighty, 10 more minutes, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. Much better than your smoothies. What did you have for lunch, Jeff? What did you have for lunch? Two, two. Mm, yeah. TGL. What do I think of it? No position, Chris. TGL. Let's take a look. Good job, Jeff. 3 for 3. Nice. Yeah, no, this it's yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like everything today is scalpable. Yeah, I can see what you're looking at here, Chris. It's consolidating. So that's not bad. Again, the only question is where does the volume come in at though? I don't like it below 550. Definitely not. Rumteen, you definitely not below 550. You should have put that stop loss right below. Oh, there it is again. Right? Like this thing is such a crackhead of a stock. Like look at that. Now it wants to go. It's like, oh, you guys want to leave, huh? For the day. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I think just kept fighting and fighting and fighting. No, I think it's breaking. It broke below that level already, Martin. So below 550, don't like it one bit. Chicken red. That sounds amazing, Jeff. Or from your garden. Whew, that sounds amazing. The high of the day last at the in pre-market was $11. So this thing is crushing $11 now, or trying to. Look at it. You need a nap. Yeah, after good food like that, you need a nap. There it goes. There it goes. It only took all day for this rubbish to move, you know? You're angry? Yeah. Some days it's like that, honestly. Some days you're just pissed about the markets. Uh Your name is Gray, Kenny? If your name is Gray, you're not a member, Kenny. Unless you have multiple accounts. Unless you have multiple accounts, then maybe, but if your name's Gray, then you're not a member. Sometimes YouTube will cancel the membership just so you can do it as well, so. We are cheap, Kenny. It's okay to be cheap. Yeah, yeah. That's because Andrew. That's because Jeff's wife is an amazing cook. You know, Jeff. On the other hand, Jeff just likes to eat. You know, why is Jeff great? Because Jeff is a member, but Jeff's membership is in Discord. Yeah. uh, you are an amazing cook, really? I don't believe you. I think your wife is the master. Who made this meal? Who makes every lunch meal you talk about? Your wife. Two $11. $11. Yeah, you did, Belen. Yeah, yeah. BTTC was hopeful though. It's just a really scammy name today. The one good thing about like MIGI is that it kept coming back to that resistance, especially with that low flow. Then eventual boom skis. That's Pyro, Jeff. I don't like how YouTube changes the names, but what can we do? What can we do? Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Here comes $11 again. I mean, for that, like a 900,000 share float, this thing should be already pumping. Should be, but we're stalling instead. I know, Mike. I know. I know. I know, Mike. Then 2 hours later, it rockets. Yeah. The problem though, Mike, is like your entry was pretty high, right? So it's really difficult for you to manage it. Like your entry was right there, right? So rather than like you catching a dip, if you caught a dip at any point here, Mike, like you would have been so okay, right? Like if you were gambling up the 200 EMA, right, you would have been okay, right? But the fact that your entry was so high, it made it so difficult for you to hold, right? Doo, 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 doo. Here it goes. You can tell that this stock doesn't look like it's done yet, huh? Right? Like it doesn't look like it's done yet. It just plays way too many games. That's the one thing I don't like about this one. Yeah, you do, Mike. You do. You do. Definitely do. Definitely do. There goes brand new highs, guys. 1147, 1150, 1160. Cooking. Cooking. There goes 1160. Yeah. No, I do not, Jeff. I do not. Where did you read it? Where's the story? I have not. In Pyro's channel? Oh, did I miss it then? I might have missed it. And the precious metals? Okay. Yeah, I think it's always weird, Pyro, when because I created that channel in at the open into the market open. Yeah, that's the worst time for me to do anything because I'm usually just focused on stonks. I'll take a look. I'll read it. Don't even come in. I'm telling you, whenever there's a long message, I'm like, ooh, there's a long message. Let me. I need a break first. You are slow. Uh, Felix, you up $21,000 today from scalping. Whew. This is what Mike needs to do. Mike, I'm kidding. Uh, good job, Bala. Good job. See, now you're feeling good. Intern at Apple. You know, your mind is well done. Good job. Mm, 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 mm. Out with the own bootstraps. Yeah. Can I have a loan? Good job, Felix. Well done. The scalp piece. And there goes a bit of a retest there for this one now too. Good job, CM. That's a good scalp. Okay, let me go to the no. 15. Oh wow, Pyro, my goodness. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. It's always like, stories like this, when you go through them, Pyro, um, not that they're ever comparable, but doesn't feel amazing in the moment, but it's, that's the beauty of life to go back and look like this. La, 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 la. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Na, 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 na. There goes MIGI again. That's amazing, Pyro. Well, la, 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 la. Yeah. Yeah, just make sure you're taking gains on this one on the way up. That's amazing, Pyro. Love it. Yeah, if you haven't read Pyro's story in the Precious Metals channel, you should go read it. Yeah, that's amazing. It's always it's always amazing when you go back and read. Everybody has somewhat of a story. That's amazing. Yeah, love it. Pyro, amazing. You're in at 248. Stop loss at 244. Yeah, that's good. You do have some resistance at 260, 265 with the downtrend sitting right there though. So just keep that in mind. But your entry was good though. Yeah, you took that gamble around 250, right? So you need that thing to break above 260 here, and then you can move that stop loss. I think you should move that stop loss to at least break even. But because I think if you hit actually your stop loss is quite good. Because if you break below 244, you're in big trouble. So I think yeah, you're in a good spot, right? It just needs to break out here for you. Yeah. Except the part about him being a firefighter, even though the pictures are definitely AI generated. No, absolutely, absolutely. It doesn't feel like a blessing, but at the end of the day, it really is a blessing. Yeah. Pyro, much love. Yeah, when you read stories like that, it creates a new level of like respect and communityness and love and whatnot. So that's amazing. Yeah, love that. Jeff's story is all about making babies and eating chickens. That's it. Jeff, bye. And going to hockey games. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, so you can see how Beats is failing on the downtrend, right? So that's the problem you're gonna have. Um, yeah. No, Jeff, I'm not gonna tell you any more stories. Not gonna tell you any more stories. Yeah, that was not a fun story. William, you're done for the day. Congratulations, well done. Yeah, no, beat is just having a hard time breaking above that 260, so it's gonna need to break above this downtrend that it's created. Love you too, Jeff. That was a good lunch. Yeah, chat later. Of what you trade with, again, like 50% on a loss is just unacceptable, guys. You know, like get in the habit of taking a 10% loss and saying, "Hey, like this isn't working out. I messed up here." Maybe I just got unlucky, but 50% losses on one play is just you're just asking for trouble at that point. Yeah, but Jeff, I was turning. That's the problem. I was already in the intersection and turning. So then my focus was something else. Yeah, because you touched it, we're gonna need to sacrifice. You sell it, then so it can go back up. Yeah, MIGI is the good one for now because of that super low float. Mm, 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 mm. Do, 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 do. So I think we're gonna do tomorrow the class. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do the class tomorrow, guys. Get it over with, and most likely at 6:15, 6:15, 6:15 or 6:20, or like we could just round it up to 6:30. Yeah, let's should do 6:30. We'll do 6:30 tomorrow, and then so that gives me a little bit of time to do one-on-ones and be done, just in case I'm running late too. Uh, and that's gonna be in the Legend Pro channel. The Legends Pro, is Pet still holding that $3? Yeah, it just doesn't have the volume anymore. And Beat is basically coming back to retest that same bottom. Same bottom. But for now, MIGI looks like the best name, right? The best. And that thing is just cooking and flying and cooking. MIGI. Again, this thing is going to move quickly. So if you're in a position, just make sure you have a plan for it. So it looks like low floats are still the theme here. Empress, are you in this one too? Do you FOMO into this? Sometimes when you have a theme like this, low flow themes, you never know how high some of these stocks can go, right? So getting into smaller positions into these plays can work out really well, especially on like breakouts. You never know, right? Instead of going heavy where you're like stressing about it, you're panicking if it drops. Like smaller positions can be really beneficial. Yeah, 5 shares. Yeah, it's almost like I know you, because I know that's exactly what you did. That's why I'm saying that. CM, that's a very good entry too, right? 11, so 1150, very nice. Yeah, buy high, sell low, Tim. Yeah, 1176. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Does it fit the low flow theme? LGHL? It probably does. Probably does, I think. LGHL. I know this one's done a split though. Lion Group, they've done multiple splits, so most likely fits the theme. Yeah, they've definitely done splits. The it says the float is 160,000, right? So that float is beyond small, right? The problem here though, Jeff, is that it doesn't have a breakout, right? So people tend to like want to FOMO when the thing is midway through the run, right? Yeah, 88 Bitcoin today. Yeah, yeah. People don't care unless the stock is flying. They don't seem to care, right? So yeah, people don't care until something is flying. Like, look, for example, this one, right? Like, we just kept going back and forth. Once we broke above that resistance, what was that level? Like 10, 40-ish. Once it broke above that level, look at it now. Now it's like, hey, resistance? No, people just want to buy high and high and high, right? So these low float stocks need to break out first. So you can find one, it just sits there for days and days and it doesn't move. But as soon as it breaks, though, everybody's like, oh, here we go. Right? So retail would rather FOMO than buy the bottom. They would rather FOMO. 1020. Yeah, you're buying 1020 like in a different phase, right? Rather than like Mike's playing. Also, you got a little bit lucky. What's the float on Pets? I think it was like 17 million or something, 15 million, right? So Pets is holding that $3, which is nice, right? So it's a yeah 15 million share float. So it's not a small float. It's also not a massive float though. If it wasn't for people like you, that FOMO at the top, yeah, probably. So we're failing at 1250 here now for MIGI for now. Yeah. Oh, oh, look at that slap. That golden candle came at the perfect time, huh? Perfect timing there. Stall, golden candle, slap. So you don't always need the red zone. You just need to see the stalling. You were stressed for a while, Aaron. Yeah, this thing was stressful for like the entire day. This thing has been stressful. So completely understandable. Completely understand. CM, you sold right below 12. Okay. Yeah, so it stalled for a little bit. The golden candle showed up, and people said, not today. Not today. Let me out. And so these things move up quickly, but they also drop really quickly because of the float. You did, Steph? Yeah, like you bought it yesterday. You've been holding. Yeah, sometimes you have to hold and wait and wait and wait, and then eventually they catch the theme. So maybe at some point, Jeff, LGHL is gonna catch the theme for low floats. Yeah, let's see if this one can keep running today. See if it can keep running today. 14. Okay. You grew a gray hair? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, MIGI doesn't look like it's quite done yet. Yeah, with the smaller position, so you can kind of withstand the volatility, the up and downs, right? Which is good. Then you can basically just watch the higher lows, right? High, hello, high, hello, high, hello. You don't need to panic every time we get a red candle. But if you have a big position, though, it's also a good thing when we run like that. You can easily just scale out. Whereas on a smaller position, you might not necessarily be able to. Might not be able to. I haven't looked at the daily on that thing though, Jeff. Right? It has a low float. I'm not quite sure what phase of you know. Let me take a look. I can see someone's buying already since we mentioned it. Someone's buying off the demand zone, off the bottom already. But if I look at the, oof, that's not bad. It's really not bad. It's definitely a bottom feed play. The only question is, will it ever run? The problem with some of these stocks too, Jeff, is like they have a history of scamming people. They have a history of scamming people, so sometimes people just avoid them. Like if you zoom out, you're gonna see that like just in 2025 alone, like they've only done two splits this year, but still though, right? Like they're constantly doing splits, so that's why the float is very minimal. But the all time low, the 52-week low, which is all time low after the split, is $3.78, 3.78. So if you play with this, Jeff, it has to stay above 3.78 or stay above $4, just to keep it simple, right? But that float is so low, crazy, crazy, crazy. Sometimes you wonder why names like these are not the first ones to run. Maybe because the shorts are right in there too. They're right in there like swimwear. So like you shall not go anywhere. But I'll set an alert for this one though. I'll set an alert for like a little break above 460, and then another break above $5. If it ever decides to break out, then we'll definitely be watching. Okay, moving on. BQ is bouncing a bit too. This is the other scammer one. Mr. BQ, always pumping and crashing. Yeah, exactly, Empress, exactly. But they have BTC now. Yeah, but the market doesn't care though. BTC looks like a scam right now. If BTC was pumping, then maybe, but BTC really isn't doing anything. Beat scam coin. Bit scam. Um, Here we go again. Yeah, that 1250 seems to be the resistance for now. 1250. Is it gonna get tired? I don't understand. Don't understand. Okay, can we go now? We've been waiting all day. All day. Can we just keep getting fat green candles? All the other names, like, look at this, right? All the other names are just kind of chilling. Pets, nothing. BQ, I mean, nice run, but stalling, right? Well, for beats, you can see that we're still on that downtrend line, right, guys? Like, look at that. We're still on the downtrend, right? So that line is going to become a problem for beats. So if you're holding beats, you have a problem there, right? So that's why I wanted that stop loss, whoever was in that position, to move that stop loss above, break even or break even, because the stop loss, if you fail, your stop loss is going to hit either way, right? But sometimes you never know. Yeah, if MIGI breaks here, it's gonna get fun. It's gonna get fun and thrusty and fun and thrusty and fun. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Come on, can we get a breakout? Here we go. 12:20, 12:30. You can do it. You can do it. You haven't heard it all week? No, we've definitely thrusted this week. Not the last 2 days, but yeah. So that 1250 is resistance there, the red zone. Oof! Look at the size of that red candle. Yeah. Look at the size of that. Yeah, that is a slap. And again, when you add resistance, you have to make decisions. Do you sell? Do you move your stop loss? Do you scale out? You have to do something. Have to do something. Let me see. I'm just looking at the bottom here again. Mm, it's quite the candle. Slap. See, at some point, it's going to need to break above that 1250 if it wants to keep cooking. At some point. So we'll see what that point is. Yeah, so 5 more minutes, guys. Let me know if you have any last questions, and then we're going to hop off and go back to Discord. Alrighty? So yeah, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Yeah, you're a short seller, you're like, boom ski, crash it. Oh, pets is bouncing, guys. Pets. Pets. Hey, yo, Ray. Hello. Yeah. Pets did a really good job holding that $3. Right. So for those of you that took gambles and you were patient at $3, you're getting rewarded. Do we have streaming in Discord? No, we have classes in Discord, Belen. So when we're off, we're just gonna go to Stock General. Alrighty, but you can also take that time. There are a lot of classes for you to watch, a lot of educational stuff. So if you go to the new trader education section, you can scroll from the top and go down or whatever, right? Or see what kind of, yeah. There are a lot of classes for you to watch. Again, for anybody, if you're ever trying to watch a video and it says that you're not a member, that's because you're clicking the play button in Discord. Click the link in Discord so it takes you to YouTube instead, because YouTube can read your membership, right? Um, also, if it says if you're a legend and you're trying to watch a legend pro video, it says you have to upgrade, then you can't watch that video. Alrighty, so don't watch the videos in Discord. Click the link so it takes you to YouTube. Or if it doesn't work, just go to YouTube. Like, all the videos are gonna be in YouTube under the members only section. Alrighty, so video section, you're gonna see the members only videos if you're a member. It's not going through. Click the join link again. Instead of renewing, just click the join link here. Click that link at the bottom of the chat array. Click that link from Nightbot. Yeah. Type yes if you're still holding pets. That's a pretty solid bounce, isn't it? Solid bounce for pets. Says contact the developer. I'm not sure what that means. Click on that join link at the bottom there. All right. You just sold it. Nice job. Well done. Yeah, you're in a supply zone now, anyways. Right? You're in a supply zone there. You When you click on that link at the bottom. Yeah, Rob, exactly. Now, when you click on that link at the bottom there, what does it say, Ray? 296. Good job, Matthew. Good job. Yeah, just be aware that this is we've been to this supply zone quite a few times, the red zone quite a few times. Is it going to hit? Are you asking me if it's going to hit $10? Probably not. Probably not. If yeah, just a different sudden. Yeah, when you upgrade it, it might not charge you anything, or it might just charge you the difference. Yeah, then just pick a level, right, Ray? Pick a level. You sign up for the wrong one? Okay, yeah. So just go back and upgrade. It's gonna charge you the difference. Yep, Thomas, you're not wrong. right? Not wrong. Just like how like MIGI did it, right? This thing kept testing this stupid level all day long, right? And then eventually broke through and said boom skis. So now for MIGI, you're basically retesting the 50 and $11. Yeah. So a retest of a potential breakout. Okay, what's yeah, Ray? That's how it should work, right? So there's no issue there. ATPC is holding the VWAP there, which is nice. So 1370 ish. 1370. uh, BQ. Yeah, so watch that $11 for MIGI. If it can stay above that and the 50 EMA, that's good. Yeah, I'm not even sure what that means, Ray. Maybe try your computer or something. Try something else. Try a different browser, maybe. It's making a move, Thomas. Sure. Yeah, BQ is trying. It's trying to curl up the 9 EMA there. CETX. AXIL. It's making a move. Yeah, it's a nice W, isn't it? Look at that beautiful W. Beautiful W. I think you have resistance at $9 though, but that's a beautiful W. Thomas, you in this one? Yeah, try the computer, Ray, and then try a different browser maybe. I'm not sure why it's saying contact. Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, so $9 is your next resistance. Alrighty. If you look at why $9 is your resistance is because it's a head and shoulder, right? So the head is somewhere up there, right? And then left, right, right, same spot, right? So today at 9, so you need to. Oh, I mean, you were at $9 not like a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, right? And it is resistance because look at it now, they're slapping it back down 860. But yeah, so $9 needs to break. So head and shoulder there for you. MIGI is holding that 11 now, which is good. So Empress is hoping that that thing can squeeze so she can laugh at her hubby tonight. You give him the side eye. Say, look at this. We're going broke because of you, not because of me. No, 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 no. Was good at shorting. Grim's been busy with family stuff. Grim lost his brother, so he's taking a bit of a break, and then he got married too. So a whole lot of stuff for him, right? Yeah. CETX with some not so good news. Beat is breaking that downtrend now, so you would hope that it can try and push up now. Yeah. Uh, okay. So again, MIGI is holding that 11 and the 50 EMA, so that's nice. There's a bit of a downtrend coming up there, but that was a really good retest of the bottom, by the way. Really good retest of the 50 EMA right there. That was nice. That was very nice. Nice consolidation at the bottom too. Jeff, monies. Good job. Good job. Ooh, okay. Okay. Look at MIGI, guys. That thing said, am I done? Hell no. See, this is what Empress wants, That's what she wants. Perfect. Look at that beautiful pop, guys. It's halted up now too, by the way. Halted at the double top, so right below $13. You bought 5 shares. That's good, right? Something, yeah. The smaller share amount makes you less stressed, you know. Yeah, type yes in the chat if you're still holding MIGI. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding MIGI. And then we have, yeah, yeah, I see quite a few of you guys, right? I think as the day progresses, we start to look at this as like, hey, this is the only one that actually looks good now. So a lot of you guys are going to be in this one. 2 shares. Launch monies, yes in the chat. Miss Tony, yes in the chats. 11:20 to 12:37. Perfect. Yeah, that 11 retest was quite nice, especially as it consolidated there too. So this was a breakout on the left and then a retest, right? It's always nice when you have like a level like that and you also have a moving average there and it consolidates, you know, like it sat there for like 5 minutes just holding that level. So that's usually what you're looking for, right? Not just a drop to that level, but you want to see it actually just sit there, you know, because you're not going to feel comfortable until like it actually consolidates. And what's Beat doing? Yeah, look at that, right? Did Beat break that downtrend, guys? Right? As soon as Beat broke that downtrend, right? You can see the downtrend, right, guys? Like this. So this is usually what we're referring to. Like, hey, there's a downtrend there. It needs to break the downtrend, right? So as soon as you do, then some good vibes happen, right? Good things happen. So Rob's smiling in Discord because he's a criminal. Criminal. Anyways, let's go. Red, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're gonna buy some cookies. Well, can't go outside today, but because what's the weather today? You won't catch me outside today. You know, you're not gonna catch me outside today. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. The low is -22. Well, so again, -32 to a high of -22. Hell to the no. All right, these 2 days. You see these 2 days right here? Next time you catch me outside, it's gonna be Saturday. Mike. Hell no. It's beautiful out there. Hell no. No, nothing to do outside. No way, Pyro. That's what I mean. 70 in San Diego. Nice. Right. Thank you very much. This week, yeah, fat thrusting this week. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. And keep cooking, please. Alrighty. That's the only way to be doing it into Santa. Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? This isn't even the worst of it. Mike will tell you. I thought I was going to the beach in Thailand. No way, Mike. No way. So yeah, Saturday that's fine. You know, at least there's a high of -8. You know, the like Saturday on that's fine. We can go grocery shopping, all the other things. These 2 days, hell no. I've already gone to the gym for the rest of the week because I knew I wasn't going anywhere. These two, hell to the no. Yeah, no. Beat has done well with the downtrend break, so um, that's another strategy you can add to your strategy. You know, toolbox is when a downtrend is broken. You know, good things can happen, right? So here we go. Only if it's a 5 minute on halts, right? There you go. $13 on halts. $13. It's been on halted, guys. Ah, I like it. That's a good on halt. Thomas, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, but it keeps failing there though, right? It failed again, right? So failed again. That's what, four, five? Yeah, four times now. Yeah, next would be five. And then beat looks really good above the downtrend. MIGI looks like a monster right now, right? Looks like a beast right now. Oof. Love it. We needed something like this, you know? We needed something like this to cook. 1450, guys, halted up. Where's that Vincent Water Park? It's halted up, guys. 1448. Love it. 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 Yeah, Santa is here, guys. Santa's like, hello, guys. I'm awake now. I'm awake now. Can we go now? Yeah, Santa. Yeah. Love it. Congratulations if you're still in this one. Why? Did he not buy this, Empress? Well, I mean, the way you're cooking, you could tell him, like, at this point, you do all the dishes, all the cooking, all the cleaning. We don't need you messing with money anymore because you can't seem to do it. You need to do other chores now, you know? Things that don't cost money. Ah, yeah. Let's go. Uh, no, 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 no. Approaching the top again for the fifth time. Yeah, it is a good thing that it keeps going back up there, right? So like MIGI, maybe at some point it's gonna break out. You would think, and try not to break the dish. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Pick up dog poop instead. BTTC is trying to come back. These two stocks were our favorite stocks coming into the open, right? Obviously, we like Pets too. Pets was number three on the list, and then Beats showed up. But yeah, so BTTC is trying to come back off a double bottom there for the millionth time now. MIGI has been the one though. Right? Again, the float on this thing is 900,000. Like, it's so small, so small. Every day they find a new low float stock to pump this week, so it's been nice. And then Beats, look at that. Beats is perfect. Look at that, right? So all of these names are coming back. It's like, hey, lunch is over now. Lunch is over. Again, the most important thing here for Beats was the break of the downtrend. Yeah. So again, the most important thing here is Beat was trending down, trending down, trending down. You see the moment that Beat broke the downtrend right there. The moment that it did that right there, boom skis. Right. So that's why we like putting these downtrend lines on the chart so much, is because they can point to a time on the chart where it's like, okay, you know what, this is the right time to take a gamble. Right. Thank you, Rob. This is the right time to take the gamble. Was going where were you going 360? Where are you going on the hen day? Where are you and Mike going? Mike, are you home? Are you in Thailand or you're home? Mike was hiding in Thailand, because winter was coming. So he went to yeah, criminal. Criminal. And is going somewhere, Thomas. Yeah, that's a good plan. Especially since it's the theme in the market. 3, 2, 1, thrust. Is Pets finally breaking out? No, not yet. We're still sitting at 330 ish. And then Beats is hitting a double top. So obviously be careful, right? I'm going to drop a line 270, right? We could almost use 270, 275. It might be 275. Should be 275, but same. Supply zone. What did you lose money on? 27% on what? Another minute here for a 5 minute on holds for MIGI. We shall see. Or less than that. 10 seconds left. Okay, 116%. Is it going to be 10 minutes or is it going to on hold now? On halted. $15. Boom skis. Boom skis. So again, make sure you're paying yourself on the way up on this stuff, please. Alrighty. Yeah, make sure you're paying yourself on the way up. Please and thank you. Right? Please. Please. To yeah, out of the city. Okay. EFJK. Oh yeah, you can't really do that, right? Can't really expect something that ran yesterday to have the same day today. Doesn't really work like that, you know. Yes, please. Here we go, $15. Stupid idea. Yeah, you can't really do that, right? Like if something runs the previous day, you can't really expect it to run the next day. There's something new, right? It's very rare that we show up the next day and play with the same stock. It's usually something new. So also like 27% stop loss, I think is a bit excessive, you know. Come on, Santa. Can we get brand new highs? Or are we just gonna stall at $15 here? Most likely people are just selling around $15. Right? 15 is a nice level to be taking gains at. So I bet you people just like to sell around these round numbers, right? Initially it was $10, right? Now it's $15. Just like it was $20 on the other stock yesterday. So people like these round numbers. Like someone will just randomly think, hey, like where can I drop a sell? Oh, $15, sounds good. Yeah. Unless yeah, Thomas. Yeah. Every so often there's a really good stock. Instead of la 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 la. Yeah, there you go. Out of emotion. Yeah. In the you're working in the office today? Oh, okay. Sounds good. Yeah. So that $15 is acting as a bit of an obstacle there. Well done, Dave. That's a nice scalp. That is a nice scalp. Good job, DL. Good scalp. Yeah, a lot of you guys scalped MIGI, which is nice. Can I tell you the float for AXIL? The float is 3.5 million. 3.5 million. Uh, Miss Tony, for you, no congratulations. Straight to jail. Straight to jail right away. Had trouble getting a good entry in stop loss. Good job though. That was a really good scalp, this Tony. 1230, 1480. Good job. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Frozen. Good job to you too. 1130, $14. Well done. Yeah, for pets is just being annoying at this point. Right? It almost broke on that last push, actually. It almost broke. Look at that. 334, right? And then they said, nope, not yet. The exact same thing MIGI has been doing today. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, this doesn't look like it's done yet, but it's gonna need to close above $15 now. No, 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 no. Good job, Nightmare. Well done. La 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 la. Get jiggy with it. Is it good to hold beat? No, you have to constantly scout these names, Miss Rakes. You have to scout these names. These are momentum stocks, right? None of these are considered long-term investments or holds or anything like that, right? These are you make monies, you rob the bank, you put a mask, and you run, right? BTTC, that was actually a good bounce, wasn't it? Right? That green zone finally had a solid bounce. Finally, maybe. So there was a nice little double bottom there. Not bad. Nothing crazy though, but and then pets looks like it really wants it. And like it really wants to go. Yeah. It really wants to go. But it is fighting for its life. Fighting for its life. One of these candles though was trading at Andrew. You know what the answer to that question is, don't you? You actually think there was the stock was trading at 400,000? Pets is like, it's my turn, guys. I want to join the party. Everything is running. It's my turn, right? MIGI, like pets look exactly the same. Like they kept fighting and fighting, and then eventually boom skis. Eventually boom skis. There goes pets. $3.40. The high is 346, so that would be the breakout spot, like the real breakout spot, right? And then 350 there. So it's still in that little weird range. MIGI though, like I said, this one doesn't quite look done yet, especially above the 9 EMA. Especially, yeah, CM, yeah, I like it. D, did you upgrade your membership? Is that what you're doing? Oh, yeah, Legend Pro. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so you just upgraded, right? So yeah, connect. I think you're connected in Discord. You should be able to watch the videos that say Legend Pro now. So if you're a Legend Pro member, you can join the class tomorrow. You can also watch the videos in the Legend Pro channel. There's a channel that says Legend Pro. The bottom four videos are Legend Pro videos, so you can watch those videos. Bottom four. Or again, if you go to YouTube, it tells you which one's a Legend Pro. BTTC just dropped some news, guys. BTC announces blah 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 scam. That's the news. It's not like it. The stock. The reason I say blah 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 is because it doesn't matter. Also, the stock doesn't care, right? There's one green candle reacting to that. Doesn't matter though. The price action is already speaking for itself. Speaking for itself. Uh, is Missy? Okay, Missy. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Missy. I missed it. What's the class about tomorrow? So the class tomorrow is going to be for Legend Pro members only. Well, Legend Pro, Goats, Lifetime, blah blah blah. The class is going to be knowing when to get rid of a position, right? So we're going to talk about like, um, like we'll talk about a whole bunch of stuff like just knowing when to exit, right? When you're in a bad spot, when you're in a good spot, scaling out, just random stuff like that, just random stuff like that. There it is, guys. Pet says boom, 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 boom. La na 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 la na 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 la na 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 na. Pet says my turn, guys. It's my turn. I guess it's my turn. There it goes. Pet says, I guess it's my turn. Right? So that thing kept fighting and fighting and fighting. The more you test resistance, the weaker it gets, or people get annoyed. But in this case, the weaker it got. And boom, through the resistance. Is there a free video for Legend Pro for Legend members? I'm not sure I understand, Suresh. No, no, no. Yeah. So the next target now is watching to see if we can close above 350. Alrighty, that level is going to be important. If we can close above, then we're ready to zoom out and look at 370 at $384, something like that. I want to see that candle close above first though, and then we'll zoom out and look at the next level. Beat still looks really nice, right? It's retesting, holding 250 and trying to corral, so that's okay. So all of these stocks are kind of coming back now. So MIGI woke up the market again, said, hello, wake up, wake up, please. To bring down that $3 sell. La, 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 la. Mm, yep. Yeah, that was a very patient trade from Miss Criminal Tony. It's your middle name. We wanted to hop off like 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago. You can tell though, like this is clearly not done yet. Some of these names are gonna go boom skis into the close. MIGI is definitely a candidate there because that thing doesn't look like it's done, right? That resistance is $15. Well, it's almost back to like it was sitting at 1450, so that is not that far away, right? So if this thing can break out, ooh wee, Santa's back. Santa is back. Oh my days, guys! Boom skis, MIGI. There it goes, right? Like it clearly isn't done yet. So it should be a good afternoon, a fun afternoon, hopefully. The high of the day is $15.69. 1569. 1569. Yeah. No, Pets is going to need to consolidate above that 350, and then we can look for the next target. 450, 460. Okay. Okay, give us more. Pets is trying though, right? It's trying to consolidate and hold those candles above 350. I just hate when you have fat green candles like that right at the breakout spot, It's always a bit more complicated. Always a bit more complicated. For MIGI, this looks like a double top for now, right? So this level is going to need to break. Yeah, I could almost move that line all the way up there to 1550, and it would make a lot of sense, right? So instead of $15, but again, it's the same range, right? Um, like it would make a lot of sense there, but it would also make sense at $15, right? So, but for the sake of like just because we have all those wicks, we're gonna move it up. But yeah, so there's your double top for MIGI for now. Jeff, why couldn't you do that? I don't know. I don't know. BTTC looks okay though, doesn't it? Like it's still trying to reclaim the 200 EMA, which isn't bad. Right? So like people always ask like, can I play a stock below the 200 EMA? You can. You just have to make sure that it's actually at the bottom, right? And then put a tight stop loss. Here we go again, guys. Santa is back. Empress, I can see you hiding by the corner of the computer. Try not to look so you don't sell it. Unbelievable. 1550. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Yeah, pets. Yeah, still struggling. Once the stock starts running, once the stock starts, is a trailing stop loss a good idea? It is. Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You just have to make sure that you don't set a really like a 5% trailing stop loss on something like this. Might not be amazing. Like it might be really really tight, right? So it just depends on how aggressive the stock is. Like this isn't that bad. Some stocks like move up so quickly up and down. So especially the ones that are like 200%, 500%. Once you start getting to a range like that, the trailing stop loss becomes a little bit crazy, but still a good idea. Pets is a ooh damn, look at Pets, guys. Pet says, "Oh, Bilal, say it again with your chest, Mr. Apple." Say it with your chest, Mr. Apple. Do 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 do. Pet says, "Boomski, say it with your chest." Damn, that was a fat green candle. It doesn't make sense. Look at that candle. That candle went to $4.05 and came back to $4, $3. Oh my days. Stuff like this, like is you can't really do much about it. Can't really do much about it. Like there's nothing you can do about it, right? If you're in a position it's holding the 9 EMA, you just have to panic sell on the way up. Right? In terms of like jumping in, pretty scary. In terms of jumping in, it's pretty scary, right? So you just have to That's a pretty sweet pop though. Very nice. Mm-mm. For another break? I know, right? Yeah, exactly. No, again, I think about it. Like a month ago, 2 months ago, we were saying how annoying the day was, but nothing was moving. But today, like it's annoying, but everybody's still cooking. Massive candle boom skis. You weren't fast enough, Jason. Yeah, that moved very quickly. Like it moved very quickly. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you didn't sell that position though, because it spent a little bit of time. Like even not at $4, but 370, 360. I'm surprised because you're very good at like jumping on very quickly. uh, MIGI? Yep. No, it wants to go, right? You could see that it wants to go. You just have that resistance at the top, right? It just keeps waking and failing at the top over and over and over again. So it's gonna need to break and close above if it wants to cook. And I wasn't ready to for that. Yeah, moment or two. Yeah, yep, that happened very quickly, Jason. Definitely difficult, but again, the good thing is though you should be able to see that 350 again. Yeah, look at that, Missy. Look at that. Thanks, you made $330 on pets. Look at that. Well done. Look at that. Well done. Use some of that money, Missy. Come join us in Discord, alrighty? Because we're gonna hop off in a few minutes. We're gonna hop off. I keep saying that, but we're really gonna hop off. And then you're gonna miss us, you know. So come join us in Discord. Come make monies with us. No, 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 no. When you get back in there, when did you sell the last position? So if you're still interested in this, you have to wait for a bigger dip, or you have to wait for a close above 15.15. Armin, alrighty. Well, clearly at resistance, we're still in the resistance range, right? So you're either taking a gamble, which I don't know if it's worth it, closer to $13.70, $14, right? Or you're simply waiting for a breakout above $14, or you're waiting for a bigger dip, right? Because at some point there will be a bigger dip, unless it breaks out above $15. Yeah, good jobs. Any Gemmy? Yeah, and I'm sure there are a whole bunch of people holding Gemini. So it is holding that $14, right? And it needs to break out though. Needs the boomskis. Needs the boomskis. Pets is coming back up there, Jason, right? So not really surprised. It's gonna come back to that 350. The only question is what does it do? What does it do after that? What does it do? Again, my only advice for people, like when you make some nice gains, guys, especially over the holidays like this, make sure that, like, again, you're gonna have losses. Anybody that trades without expecting to have losses is asking for trouble. You're just asking for disaster to happen, right? You have to expect those losses. Not that that's what you want, you just have to expect them. So when you expect those losses, you're gonna come up with a plan, right? That's all I'm asking for, is come up with a plan, right? If you make $330 on one play, there is not a way in hell you should be losing $330 on the next play, right? Then you need to, on the next play, it needs to be like, hey, if I lose $50, okay, my entry was, a bit trashy, so I need to get rid of it. Max lost $100. You need to think about it, right? Max lost $150. You just need to make sure you protect the money, right? Have a stop loss to the downside. Not everything is gonna work, right? But you don't want to be going back and forth like that. Like taking those big losses isn't fun. Alrighty. So good job, Duresh. Good job. That's a good scalp. Winterfell. Yeah, it is holding us in it. So we're basically using that last little breakout spot, right? Like if you look to the left, you can see all those wicks. We're basically using that spot now as a bit of support. It's below the 9 EMA though, so that's looking a bit concerning. I wish that last green candle closed above the 9, but yeah, hopefully it stays above it though for pets. Right? If you took your gains, congratulations. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. 2 more minutes and we're gonna hop off already. So let me know if you have any last questions. Don't forget to smash a like if you haven't already, please and thank you. We'll continue watching these names in Discords. Smash a like if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe if you're new. If you're not a member yet, click the link at the bottom of the chat from Nightbot and come join us in Discord. Tim, I know, right? No, I my one-on-ones are later today, like now, later, and then into the evening, afternoon, so I can stay a little bit longer. Catch you tomorrow, Puri. Then 2 days I you deleted. Yeah, that's a big mistake, right? Let's go, Empress. Absolutely, you're welcome. Keep cooking, please. Let's see. Yeah, so you definitely want to look for ways to minimize those big losses. Otherwise, yeah. Steph, absolutely, you're welcome. Have a wonderful rest of the day. We're gonna keep watching MIGI because it doesn't look done, right? So you can kind of see how like we're if I drop a line here, it looks like we're finding ways to bounce up the bottom, right? So this is the range for now: up, down, up, down, up, down. But it is holding the bottom of the range, right? So we are holding the bottom of the range. So we're just going sideways. So whichever direction we break in, hopefully $15, 15.50, and then we can cook. We can cook in that direction. Okay. Uh, where where's more info on your lessons? Lock. You have to join Discord. There are a lot of classes, videos on all of this already. Risk management, blah blah blah, all of it. CM, good job today. Well done. Yeah, better day, right? See you in Discord, CM. Stay green, Kevin. Thank you. Sounds good. Okay, sounds good. Kevin, have a wonderful rest of the day. See you in Discord. See you in the Discord. Last info on pets. Pets is having a hard time below the 9 EMA, so it's going to need to get back above the 9 EMA. Your next support here, though, I think we're hoping that it can stay above $3.30. So watch that 3.30. Same, see you in Discord. But run. Bye for now. Such a good day for you. Yeah, it was a good day, right? Gains in the market. Intern at Apple, right? Yeah, let's go, Vala. That's a good day. Frank, thank you. See you in Discord. So it looks like Pets is holding that 330 for now, so hopefully it stays above that. Alrighty, and then MIGI is just going back and forth, but no clear direction yet, so it's gonna need to do something. Thank you, Duresh. Have a wonderful rest of the day. See you in Discord. Florent, thank you. Bye for now. Sounds good, Sean. Sounds good. See you in Discord. So Legend Pro gives you access to all of the educational material and all of the classes. Legend only gives you access to some of the videos, which is a lot. Um, and then just the general Q&A classes, not the specific topics. Alrighty. So if you do become a member when the stream is done, guys, your invite link is going to be in the community section on YouTube, or just send me an email, huntretsx@gmail. Ready? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Again, if you do join after the stream is done, that's fine. Just click on the join button on the channel. You can also just save the Discord invite link and use it later. So just copy the Discord invite link at the bottom there. So when you do become a member, that's the only time you can use that. Alrighty. So click that link and follow the instructions in the Getting Started channel. Discounts? No, like it's breaking. It's retesting the bottom there. So give it time. Rather than a discount, just give it time. Vika, welcome. Have a wonderful rest of the day. See you in Discord. Might go outside. Enjoy the weather. Go outside. Have a great eve as well, Flip. Alrighty, y'all. Again. So let's see if we can stay above the 50 EMA, stay above this bottom here for MIGI. Cool. And then go from there. Pets is bouncing, so that's good. Pets is bouncing up the 330. BQ, super slow. Beats, that thing's created a brand new downtrend, so we'll see. We shall see again. So MIGI is holding that 50 EMA in the bottom of that zone, so let's hope it continues to hold. Sounds good, Mike. Sounds good. Okay, much love, everybody. Thank you all very much. Bye for now. Bye, guys. Bye bye.